You have made an excellent decision to click on this video. Watch all of this video. This is one of the most important videos on this channel. It is predicted that on July 6th, 2024, former President Jimmy Carter will die. I do realize that no skeptic will believe that predicting the date of Jimmy Carter's death will be anything more than luck or coincidence, given his age of 99 years old and him currently being in a hospice. That is why it is also being predicted that on July 5th, one day before the predicted death of Jimmy Carter, whose name is also James Earl Carter, will be the death of James Earl Jones, the voice of the Lion King and the voice of Darth Vader. Jimmy Carter was born in 1924 and will die in 2024 because the 2424th word, 2424th word, in Strong's Greek Concordance is the word Jesus. Jimmy Carter, JC, hints at Jesus Christ. James Earl Jones, the voice of the Lion King, who also played King Jaffe Jaffer in the movie Coming to America, is king symbolism. JC, Jesus Christ, is the King of Kings. No rational person will be able to conclude that when James Earl Jones dies on July 5th and Jimmy Carter dies on July 6th, as predicted, that it will be a coincidence or random luck. The date that this video is posted proves that these predictions are being made ahead of time, as do these time-stamped emails and forensic notes PDF documents. If you are skeptical for some reason, please email me and I will forward these to you. Hello, welcome. I am predicting that former President Jimmy Carter will die on July 6th, and that his prophetic funeral, in which Trump will sit next to Obama, will be on July 11th. I am predicting that James Earl Jones, the voice of the Lion King and the voice of Darth Vader, will die on July 5th. I am predicting that Vice President Kamala Harris will die in a plane crash in St. Louis on July 22nd. She will be replaced by Michelle Obama. I am predicting that singer-songwriter Paul Simon will die on July 24th. I am predicting that dirty bombs will explode in Manhattan, New York City, and there will be a large-scale evacuation on July 25th. I am predicting that Israel will bomb Iran on July 26th. I am predicting that on July 27th, 2024, the key will open the bottomless pit and fallen angels will cross over into the earthly realm. July 27th will be a symbolic beginning to the fifth trumpet judgment that is described in Revelation chapter 9, when the demonic realm collides with the earthly realm. July 27th will be a symbolic beginning to demons pretending to be aliens, and it is probable that on July 27th, Pope Francis will announce that aliens have arrived and have made him the ambassador for the world. This will immediately give Pope Francis, the Antichrist, supreme power over governments of the world. At some point, there will be a massive Mary apparition that will deceive the masses, because all Mary apparitions in history have been demons pretending to be Mary. July 27th will be a symbolic beginning to a zombie pandemic and the masses becoming demonically possessed that will be facilitated through the thing, which is the mark of the Antichrist and 5G frequencies. July 27th will be a symbolic beginning to the coming genocide politicide in America. I am predicting that on August 2nd, Joe Biden will step down and make Michelle Obama the 47th president. It is predicted that Michelle Obama will make Barack Obama her vice president on August 18th, 2024, and then it is predicted that she will step down and make Barack Obama the 48th president on August 25th. It is predicted that on August 6th, the historic barge that has been stuck on the rocks of the Niagara River for over 100 years will finally break free and crash over Niagara Falls. I am predicting that on August 10th, Israel will nuke and completely destroy Damascus, Syria. I am predicting that on August 29th, President Trump will die from a heart attack. August 13th will be the date of a catastrophic solar flare from the sun that will knock out the power grid in America that will lead to food shortages. August 15th will be the date of the resurrection rapture, the first of two raptures. The second rapture will be on September 5th. The date that this video is posted proves that these predictions are being made ahead of time, as do these time-stamped emails and forensic notes PDF documents. If you are skeptical for some reason, please email me and I will forward these to you. If you have already watched this essential introductory information in another video, you can skip ahead 31 minutes. The information in this video is showing how God was pointing to the date July 1st in regards to the predicted death of James Earl Carter, former President Jimmy Carter. The prediction being made in this video that James Earl Carter or Jimmy Carter would die on July 1st is 100% correct. The information in this video is valid. God was pointing overwhelmingly to July 1st, 2024 with Jimmy Carter connections. Not only is the information in these videos that predicted July 1st valid, it is extremely important and must be watched. Through the connections God used to point to July 1st, God told important stories and revealed essential knowledge. These videos must be watched. July 1st ended up being a step in the trail of signs that is 10 days before Carter's predicted funeral at the National Cathedral on July 11th, 2024. There were prophetic signs on July 1st, 2024 that confirmed all of the analysis, and they revealed adding 10 days to July 1st to reach July 11th. I will explain this. Also, it was predicted that Carter's funeral at the National Cathedral would be on July 6th, 2024. It is now believed that the reason why God is pointing to the date July 6th in regards to Jimmy Carter is that this will be the date of his death. July 6th is 5 days after the prophetic signs related to Carter that occurred on July 1st. And July 6th will be 5 days before the predicted date of Carter's funeral. These two sets of 5 days between July 1st and July 6th and July 11th hints at the two sets of 5 commandments in the 10 Commandments, which is the reason why one of the prophetic signs that occurred on July 1st, 2024, pointed to the movie How to Lose a Guy in 10 Days, which is a romantic comedy movie about do's and don'ts in a relationship. In pointing to this movie, How to Lose a Guy in 10 Days, God revealed adding 10 days to July 1st to reach July 11th, the date of Carter's prophetic funeral. The question is, how did God point to this movie, How to Lose a Guy in 10 Days? One of the extremely profound ways in which God pointed to July 1st was that it was 1,290 days after the first Israeli took the thing on December 19th, 2020. This was also the day that the leader of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, took the thing. In the last verses of the prophetic book of Daniel, there is a mention of a period of 1,290 days following the setting up of a spiritual abomination on the Temple Mount. The Al-Aqsa Mosque on the Temple Mount is a spiritual abomination, as is the Dome of the Rock. In fact, this is a typo. I really, in fact, mean to refer to the Dome of the Rock. The Al-Aqsa Mosque and the Dome of the Rock are the two mosques on top of the Temple Mount, but I'm specifically referring to the Dome of the Rock, the golden dome in the iconic images of the Temple Mount, the mosque with the golden dome. Okay, so the Dome of the Rock on the Temple Mount is a spiritual abomination, and it was completed in 688 AD. 688 AD plus 1,290 years was 1978, the year of the Camp David Accords that were brokered by President Jimmy Carter. The giving back of the Sinai Peninsula to Egypt with the Camp David Accords was an extreme transgression against God. In the prior verse in Daniel, there is a mention of 1,260 days. 688 AD plus 1,260 years was 1948, the year that Israel was reborn after 19 centuries. In other words, the 1,260-day years connection to 1948 is a second witness that confirms the relevance of adding 1,290 years to 688 AD to get 1978, the big year prophetically for Jimmy Carter. And that is why this number 1,290 is relevant with Jimmy Carter and in context of a spiritual abomination, which is why after the first Israeli and the leader of Israel took the spiritual abomination, which is the thing, was July 1st. And this was one, again, of the ways that God was, extremely profound ways in which God pointed to July 1st in regards to Jimmy Carter. Because of this connection, it was expected that there would be a prophetic sign involving a spiritual abomination and the Antichrist, if Jimmy Carter were to not die on this date. So if Jimmy Carter if it isn't the end of the trail of signs leading to the death of Jimmy Carter, it means that it would be a step, and therefore we would expect a sign involving a spiritual abomination and the Antichrist on this July 1st date. God is demonstrating that Jimmy Carter is symbolic of the first of 7 kings in Bible prophecy. In Revelation chapter 17:11 in the Bible, there is a mention of a series of 7 kings followed by an 8th king. A secondary fulfillment, a secondary symbolic fulfillment of this prophecy, not the primary fulfillment of this prophecy, is Jimmy Carter, who was inaugurated in 77, as in 1977, began a succession of 7 presidents that leads to the identification of the Antichrist, who is the 6th and 8th presidents, and therefore the symbolic 6th and 8th kings in the prophecy. The name Barack Obama is equal to 68 in simple English gematria, which is A equals 1, B equals 2, C equals 3, etc. And therefore, his name in a succession of presidents that begins with Carter, Barack Obama is the 6th president and is predicted to become the 8th president, which is why his name equals 68 in simple English gematria. Trump is the 7th president after Carter was inaugurated in 77, which is why Trump was elected by 77 electoral votes, and on Trump's inauguration day, in the year that ended in the number 7, he was exactly 70 years, 7 months, and 7 days old. 77 days after his inauguration, Trump launched 59 missiles into Syria. 59 is the 7th superprime number. The 17th prime number is 59, and 17 is the 7th prime number, making 59 the 7th superprime number. Ancient Rome was founded after a period of 7 kings that ended in 509 BC, which is why, incidentally, the reason for the 7 kings in this Bible prophecy is it is because the primary fulfillment of it identifies Rome. Okay, so in ancient Rome, it is widely known in ancient history, or rather, it is widely known that ancient history tells us that ancient Rome was founded after a period of 7 kings that ended in 509 BC. 509 hints at 59, the 7th superprime number. At Carter's funeral, the presidents will be lined up in chronological order, which will point to this prophecy in Revelation about a chronological order of 7 kings, followed by an 8th king. Trump, the 7th king, and Obama, the 8th king, are predicted to sit next to each other at Carter's funeral. In the prophecy, it is said that the 8th king was, is not, and will be again. Obama was the president, is not the president, and it is predicted he will become the president again on August 25th, 2024. The predicted funeral on July 11th will be exactly 509 days after Carter first went into a hospice, and this hints at the succession of kings in Rome that ended in 509 BC. George W. Bush will also be sitting in the row of presidents at Carter's funeral, and Bush will turn 78 years old. In other words, his 78th birthday will be the date it is predicted that Jimmy Carter will die, on July 6th. His age of 78 will hint at the 7th and 8th kings in the prophecy. George W. Bush is the 5th king in this fulfillment of the prophecy, and it's only symbolic, and it's a secondary to the primary one, as I said. But George Bush was the 5th king after Carter in this fulfillment of the prophecy, and the prophecy speaks of the first 5 kings being similar and having left the scene before the 6th through 8th kings. As mentioned, on July 1st, it was expected that either Jimmy Carter would die or there would be prophetic signs that provided king and spiritual abomination symbolism. On July 1st, the Supreme Court ruled that the president is entitled to immunity from prosecution for official acts of his duties as president. President Biden is not the symbolic 8th king in this prophecy because he is a puppet of Obama's people in the permanent government ruling class of Democrats in Washington, otherwise known as the deep state. In response to the Supreme Court's decision, acting President Biden delivered a speech about how America was founded on the notion that it would not have kings, which is ironic and prophetic because, like everything the left claims these days, the opposite is true, and Biden, the puppet of Obama and his people, is America's first king dictator. Also, in the Supreme Court's dissenting opinion, Justice Sotomayor, Obama's first appointee, said that America now has a king. She used the word king for America's leader on the date it was expected there would be a symbolic Antichrist king sign. Prior to July 1st, we also expected a sign with spiritual abomination symbolism. On this date, famous Hollywood screenwriter Robert Towne died at the age of 89. Robert Towne died on July 1st, this date that we were expecting a spiritual abomination. And he died at the age of 89. Robert Towne died at 89, exactly 1,711 days after the death of famous Hollywood movie producer Robert Evans died at the age of 89. So they both died at the age of 89. 89 is the 24th prime number. These two men worked together in Hollywood, and their two deaths at the age of 89, which hints at the 24th prime number, hints at Jimmy Carter, who was born in 24, as in 1924, and will die in 24, as in 2024. Jimmy Carter's initials, JC, hint at Jesus Christ, and G2424 in Strong's Greek Bible Concordance is the word Jesus. Robert Towne's death on 7/1, July 1st, 7/1, 1,711 days after the death of Robert Evans, hints at the prophecy in Revelation 17:11 about the 7 kings followed by an 8th king. All right, so the 1,711 days hints at Revelation 17:11, which is why Robert Towne died on the day the Supreme Court Justice said that America now has a king. This hints at the coming Antichrist king, who will be defeated by the King of Kings at his second coming in 2024. If the starting date is not included in the calculation, this period of 1,711 days in between the deaths of Robert Evans and Robert Towne is also 1,710 days, and 171 is the 18th triangular number, and 18 is equal to 6 plus 6 plus 6, and 666 is the number of the Antichrist in Bible prophecy. In Bible prophecy, the period of the Antichrist's rule is symbolized by 7 years. Robert Evans is credited with making Paramount Studios a major success after ruling as its chief for 7 years, as in the Antichrist's period of 7 years. Robert Towne won the Academy Award for Best Screenplay for his movie Chinatown, which Robert Evans produced. The movie starred Jack Nicholson, and during its production, Nicholson learned from a reporter that his deceased sister and mother were in reality his mother and grandmother, which was an eerie coincidence, given that in the movie, which Nicholson was filming at the time of him learning this, Nicholson's character learns the shocking secret that Faye Dunaway's character is both the sister and the mother of another character as a result of incest with her father at the age of 15. The movie was directed by Roman Polanski, who is known for the sexual relationship he had with a 13-year-old girl. Polanski's pregnant wife, Sharon Tate, was murdered by Manson family members. Polanski directed the movie Rosemary's Baby, which Robert Evans also worked on. The horror movie Rosemary's Baby is about a pregnant woman who gives birth to the baby Antichrist. In the movie, the baby has the eyes of his father, Satan, and the baby is an abomination. Robert Evans died exactly 2,620 weeks after the release of Rosemary's Baby, and 262 is the 84th semi-prime number. The name Obama is equal to 84 in Hebrew gematria, and Obama was born, the Antichrist was born, as in Rosemary's Baby's Antichrist birth, on the date 8/4. Therefore, the movie Rosemary's Baby connects to the death of Robert Evans, and his death connects to the death of Robert Towne on the date that it was expected that there would be a prophetic sign involving a spiritual abomination. Robert Evans's last movie that he produced was How to Lose a Guy in 10 Days, which is why it is predicted that Jimmy Carter's prophetic funeral, in which the presidents will be lined up in chronological order, will be 10 days after the death of Robert Towne, which was the same day that the Supreme Court Obama appointee said that America now has a king, as in the Antichrist king, Barack Obama. What is also amazing is that on July 1st, the date that we were expecting a sign involving Jimmy Carter and his death, was the day that the Jimmy Carter Presidential Library announced that for Jimmy Carter's 100th birthday celebration, the library is planning to have a film festival, a movie festival, And the festival will be running from 10 a.m. until 10 p.m., which hints at the movies that I just mentioned, including the movie How to Lose a Guy in 10 Days. In other words, the 100th birthday celebration with a film festival hints at the movie How to Lose a Guy in 10 Days. 100 hints at the number 10. What is also interesting too is that Jimmy Carter set up the Georgia State Film Office after the success of the movie Deliverance during the time that Jimmy Carter was the governor. Georgia went on to become a place where movies are made, and this started when Jimmy Carter was the governor of Georgia. Deliverance hints at the deliverance from the Antichrist of God's faithful through JC, which is why Jimmy Carter's initials, JC, hint at Jesus Christ. Robert Towne got his start in movies through working under Roger Corman. Roger Corman is said to be the Pope of pop cinema, the spiritual godfather of the new Hollywood, and the king of cult. Corman is also known for his Poe cycle of 8 movies. These 8 movies were inspired by 8 different writings of Edgar Poe. Roger Corman hints at how Pope Francis is the 7th king, and how a revived Roman Empire is the 8th king in the primary fulfillment of this prophecy in Revelation regarding the 5th through 8th kings. This is why Roger Corman died 58 days before it is predicted that Jimmy Carter will die on July 6th, 2024. In the secondary fulfillment of this prophecy, Obama is the 8th king, and 8 movies in the King of Cults Poe cycle also hints at 4+4 and the 44th president. Robert Towne also wrote the screenplay for the Tom Cruise movie Days of Thunder. The name Barak in Hebrew means lightning. In Luke 10:18 in the Bible, Jesus said that he saw Satan falling like lightning from heaven. The name Barack Obama in Hebrew means lightning from heaven. Barak means lightning, Bama means high place, which in the Bible is a metaphor for heaven, as it is said that Lucifer fell from the high place, and O, in the language Jesus would have spoken, Aramaic, is the word from. And so Barack Obama means lightning from heaven. Either Jesus didn't know what he was saying when he said this, or he knew that there would be a famous president named Barack Obama and said this anyway, knowing that it would confuse us, or he was revealing the identity of the Antichrist. Obviously, the latter option is the only one that makes any sense. Days of Thunder was released on June 27th, 1990, exactly 34 years and 1 month before what is predicted to be 7 Thunders Day on July 27th, 2024. July 27th, 2024 will be a symbolic beginning of the 7 thunders of judgment that are mentioned in the book of Revelation. In other words, 7/27 or July 27th, 2024 will be the beginning of the Days of Thunder. The 7 thunders will be supernatural phenomena such as demons pretending to be aliens and the demonic possession of the masses. 34 years and 1 month hints at 341, the 110th semi-prime number, and 110 is symbolic of the walls of security of Jericho that collapsed in God's judgment. Joshua, who led the Israelites before the walls collapsed, died at the age of 110, and this is why the Twin Towers that collapsed on 9/11 were 110 stories high. 34 years and 1 month is also 409 months, and 409 is the 40 plus 40th prime number, which hints at the 44th president, whose name means lightning. And again, this 409 months is a connection from the release of the movie Days of Thunder. To confirm his signs and connections, God pairs the numbers 23 and 44 together, as the 44th president is also the basketball president who wore jersey number 23 in high school. Robert Towne's Days of Thunder cost 2 times 30 million, which hints at 23, to make, and it was released 44 days before the release of Robert Towne's sequel to his Chinatown movie, The Two Jakes. More than a decade after the release of the movie Chinatown, Robert Towne and Robert Evans collaborated again on a sequel named The Two Jakes. It is said that The Two Jakes faced a troubled production and went through several years of development hell. The name The Two Jakes hints at the two Antichrists. The two Roberts that made The Two Jakes further confirms this. A sequel movie is symbolic of the second presidency, a sequel for Barack Obama, the second of the two Antichrists in Bible prophecy. The Two Jakes was directed by Jack Nicholson. This hints at the Antichrist directing the persecution of the saints in order for God to purge them of their Nicolaitan doctrine that the vast majority of quote-unquote Christians hold and practice, and that Jesus said would come to make war on with the sword of his mouth on those that teach and have the works that are a product of this Nicolaitan doctrine. Make sure that you watch the 23 church signs video on this channel and read the links that will be in the description box below this video. The reason for the coincidence in the names of Robert Towne winning the Academy Award for Best Screenplay for the movie Chinatown is that Robert Towne and Chinatown point to China. China is symbolic of the red dragon in Bible prophecy that is a metaphor for Satan and his representative, the Antichrist. There is another prophecy in Revelation in which the second of the two Antichrists, Barack Obama, is said to speak like a dragon. This is because Barack Obama and his allies on the political left constantly speak lies while accusing their opponents of lying and doing the very things that they are doing, which is textbook communist strategy that Barack Obama learned from his days studying radical, subversive, leftist political strategy. The truth is, Barack Obama was a member of the May 19th Communist Organization, which bombed the Capitol building in Washington in 1983. The organization was disbanded in 1985, the year that Obama moved to Chicago to further pursue radical leftist politics. The purpose of this prediction in this video, that is from God, is to prove what I have just said. The reason why the name China is pointed to through Robert Towne and Chinatown is because it hints at the movie The Manchurian Candidate. In the 1962 movie The Manchurian Candidate, the protagonist's name is Marco, and the movie was directed by John Frankenheimer, who was said to be the last of the dictatorial style of directors. The name Frankenheimer hints at Frankenstein, and he also directed Island of Dr. Moreau, about genetic experiments that create half-human, half-animal creatures. The production of the movie Island of Dr. Moreau is said to have been the most cursed movie ever made, and interesting documentaries have been made about this. The name Marco and Frankenheimer from the Manchurian Candidate hints at the mark of the Antichrist that changes a person's chromosomes, making them an Obama nation, as in abomination. The mark of the Antichrist has inserted snake venom chromosomes into people's chromosomes, which is what is alluded to with the half-human, half-animals in Island of Dr. Moreau. This makes these people an abomination, as in Obama nation. The number 22 is symbolic of the mark of the Antichrist, and Frankenheimer's The Manchurian Candidate cost $2.2 million to make. John Frankenheimer died exactly 22 years before it is predicted that Jimmy Carter will die on July 6, 2024. At Carter's funeral, Joe Biden will sit in the row of presidents, followed by Trump and Obama. Biden and his brain dementia is symbolic of the character in The Manchurian Candidate that is brainwashed by communist operatives within the US government and who isn't fully aware of what he is doing. Obama is symbolic of the communist Manchurian Candidate in the movie The Manchurian Candidate, who is waiting for the death of someone in order to gain the president's office and usher in an authoritarian regime in the US. This awaited death will be the predicted death of Kamala Harris in a plane crash on July 22nd, 2024, which will be 4 times 4 days, which hints at the 44th president, after the predicted death of Jimmy Carter. If you have already watched this very important introductory information in another video, you can skip ahead 25 minutes. Prior to May 17th, 2024, it was predicted that Jimmy Carter would die on this date. However, it turned out to be an important step in the trail of signs that is leading to the death of Jimmy Carter 45 days later after May 17th on July 1st. This very, very important video will explain, among other things, how May 17th was known ahead of time. And the prophetic signs that occurred on May 17th revealed adding 45 days, as I will clearly explain. But this is how God's big picture of signs works. It's an interconnected web of prophetic signs. All of the prophetic signs cannot be properly understood without their connections and context with the other prophetic signs. And so prior to May 17th, it was recognized that it was 39 days after the very important prophetic solar eclipse that traversed across America on April 8th. 39 because Jimmy Carter is the 39th president. Now, the full name of Jimmy Carter is James Earl Carter, which is why God has overlapped the signs for Jimmy Carter with James Earl Jones. And James Earl Jones is predicted to die 2 + 2 days later after James Earl Carter. James Earl Jones is predicted to die on July 5th. 2 + 2 days, one reason being Jimmy Carter has 22 grandchildren, and also Plains, Georgia equals 220 in gematria. But more regarding this significance of this 2 + 2 days is explained in other videos. It was originally believed that James Earl Jones, in fact, would die on May 17th. And then it was recognized that also God was pointing to Jimmy Carter, and that May 17th was 39 days. It's 40 days inclusive count after the eclipse, and that's relevant because the eclipse went over the path of totality, 7 cities in America named Nineveh. And Jonah in the Bible preached repentance and destruction for Nineveh for 40 days. One of the signs we received on May 17th that confirmed all of the analysis is that the Dow Jones stock market index closed above 40,000 points for the first time. This was actually recognized that this would occur ahead of time as well. It was predicted that the Dow would close above 40,000 for the first time on specifically May 17th. To be fair, though, this wasn't recognized more than just a couple of days beforehand, although it could have been. I just wasn't paying attention. And so the Dow Jones hints at James Earl Jones. It's a James Earl Jones sign. It's part of this trail of signs, as is James Earl Carter. All right, now the sign we received on, other signs we received on May 17th that confirm adding 45 days, as I'll explain here, also relate to James Earl Jones. One reason why, a big reason why, May 17th was known ahead of time is that it was exactly 415 months after the 1989 World Series earthquake in San Francisco, for which the area code is 415, which is known for having interrupted the broadcast to the opening of the World Series game number 3, right after James Earl Jones read the poem that Bartlett Giamatti wrote, the 7th Commissioner of Baseball. Bartlett Giamatti had just died a month and a half earlier. The Commissioner of Baseball died while in office after having been exactly in office for 5 months. But that's why the poem was read, and it was read by James Earl Jones, who also starred in the movie Field of Dreams, the most iconic baseball movie ever made. Field of Dreams is about the 1919 Chicago Black Sox and the World Series scandal that brought about the first commissioner of baseball, Kennesaw Mountain Landis. He was made the commissioner and was given unchecked power over every single person in baseball, professional baseball, in a moment of crisis after the 1919 Chicago Black Sox World Series scandal. And so James Earl Jones was born 7 years and 77 days before the birth of the 7th Commissioner of Baseball. And he read the poem of the commissioner to open the broadcast of the prophetic 1989 World Series, Game 3, which was followed 4 minutes after him reading the poem with the earthquake that knocked out the power in the broadcast booth. And again, the Field of Dreams movie was also released in 1989, the year of the earthquake. And again, the Field of Dreams movie, the most iconic baseball movie ever made, is about the 1919 Chicago Black Sox, which, as I just explained, points to the first commissioner of baseball, as does the 7th commissioner of baseball. That's why James Earl Jones was born 7 years and 77 days prior. That's also a hint at the 7 and 7 times 7 that the Israelites enacted as they marched around the walls of security of Jericho in the Bible before the walls collapsed in God's judgment. And that's because America's walls are collapsing in God's judgment. And by the way, the walls of security of Jericho collapsed due to an earthquake. Archaeology proves this. And the reason for pointing to the first commissioner of baseball is that he was given his power exactly 666 days after the ratification of the 18th Amendment. And 18 is 6 plus 6 plus 6. The 18th Amendment was prohibition, which restricted the buying and selling of alcohol. Bible prophecy in the book of Revelation talks about the restriction of buying and selling, and if one reads this correctly, it involves food. Furthermore, God's prophetic signs confirm that the buying and selling will be, the restriction of buying and selling will be focused on food because of the food rationing that will occur after the coming solar flare will knock out the power grid, which is why the power was knocked out in the broadcast booth after James Earl Jones read the poem. And God is using in his prophetic signs a metaphor of a roaring lion to symbolize this coming solar flare, which is why James Earl Jones was the voice of the Lion King, which in the movie, The Lion King, which hints at the coming solar flare, the lions roar from the sun. The Lion King movie was released in 1994. 1994. I forget the exact number of days, but it actually does connect. It cost 45 million. So here we go with the beginning of the 45s. Right? We already alluded to one, which was the exact 415 months, which I'll explain in a minute. The 415 months, by the way, May 17th, 2024 was exactly 415 months after the earthquake in San Francisco. And San Francisco, the area code for the city is 415. Okay, so the movie The Lion King was released in May of 1994, just prior to June of 1994, and the 17th of June, which was the day of the infamous car chase of O.J. Simpson. Okay, and that interrupted, it was known for interrupting the broadcast of the finals of the NBA, just like the earthquake exactly 56 months earlier interrupted the broadcast of the World Series. I forget which network, but whatever network was covering the NBA Finals stopped covering it in order to cover the chase of O.J. Simpson up the highway in Southern California. Okay, so 56 months, because 56 is 7 plus 7 times 7. 7 times 7, 49, plus 7, 56. It's a 3 sets of 7, but the Israelites enacting the symbolic 3 sets of 7 was more precisely a 7 followed by a 7 times 7, because they marched around once per day for 7 days, and then on the 7th day they marched around 7 more times while blowing 7 trumpets. It was a 7 and then a 7 times 7. All right, now just to wrap this up and explain the reason for the 45 days, O.J. Simpson's full name is Orenthal James Simpson. Orenthal is an anagram in God's signs for Earl. And so Orenthal James Simpson is in fact a sign pointing to James Earl Jones. In fact, the news of his death broke on April 11th, which was a date that was predicted ahead of time to be related to James Earl Jones. It was actually believed that James Earl Jones would die on that day, and then we had that death and another death that was king symbolism as well. O.J. Simpson's death was that day, Orenthal James Simpson. Now, Orenthal James Simpson was born in San Francisco, and he played for the San Francisco 49ers. So there is another connection. His chase was exactly 56 months after the earthquake, and 56 is a 3 sets of 7. And again, the walls of security of Jericho collapsed due to an earthquake after a 3 sets of 7. Okay, so now on May 17th, which actually connects with the prophetic number of days, months exactly. Let me just get that. Yes, the chase, because it was on the 17th of the month, just like May 17th, 2024, the date that this video is about, which is why I'm explaining what happened on May 17th in context of Jimmy Carter and why his death will be 45 days later. May 17th, 2024 was exactly 29 years and 11 months after the car chase of O.J. Simpson that ended at 9 p.m. The climax of it all was at 9 p.m. The arrest warrant for O.J. Simpson went out at 11 a.m. That's a pairing of 9 and 11 that confirms the signs and connections, and that's how God's true big picture of signs, patterns, and connections works. It works on the principle of second and third and multiple witnesses confirming a matter, as the Bible says is required. And this is what makes what is being explained on this channel true and not a product of one's imagination, and different and unique than everything else on the internet that claims to be an analysis of God's prophetic signs. And one simple way in which you would provide a second witness, if we think about it, is through pairing certain numbers together, such as 9 and 11, because it hints at, for one thing, the warning of judgment on 9/11. Well, 29 years and 11 months, which is the amount of time between the car chase and May 17th, 2024, also hints at 9/11. 29, if God were to symbolize 9/11 through the use of only two numbers, it would be 92 or 29, because 2 is 1 plus 1, and that hints at the 11. And so it's 29 years and 11 months, which is hinting at 9/11. Furthermore, it connects with the OJ car chase, which also is embedded in it 9/11, because it ended at 9 p.m. Okay, so now the thing is that the sign we received, one of the other signs besides the Dow Jones sign, was the news of the number one golfer in the world being arrested. And he was arrested and stopped in his car. Just like at 9 p.m., O.J. Simpson was stopped in his car. Okay, now, as I mentioned at the beginning, May 17th was exactly 415 months after the earthquake in the area code 415. Okay, now, the number one golfer was arrested for 4 crimes in the 15th state. And also, this was right before the PGA Championship. He was on his way. It interrupted, just like the car chase interrupted the NBA Finals and the earthquake interrupted the Game 3. This arrest interrupted him getting to his tee-off time. All right? If you know the story of that arrest. It was a major story in the news. Okay? So what happened was someone died, got hit by a bus as the people were coming into the grounds in Kentucky of the Valhalla golf course, which, by the way, Valhalla is symbolic of the afterlife. And okay, so anyway, someone died, and then there was chaos, and there was police directing traffic, and allegedly Scott Scheffler, the golfer, didn't heed to the instructions of a police officer. Someone has reported that Scheffler didn't think that it was a police officer and was just security, but that's just, one. Anyway, it's not even relevant. But the point is that he was stopped. What happened was the police officer grabbed onto his car, and the Scheffler dragged him 10 feet, and then he was stopped. Siren, light, he was stopped in his car just like O.J. Simpson. And then he was taken out of his car just like O.J. Simpson. And then arrested on the side of his vehicle just like O.J. Simpson. Okay? And it was before the PGA Championship. So, just like the NBA Finals and the World Series. Okay. So, number one forget number one for a second. He was arrested for 4 crimes in the 15th state. That hints at 415. And this was exactly 415 months after the earthquake in the area code 415. Not only that, though, God provides a second witness, if that's not enough. The second witness here is that this is the number one golfer, and the big story was how he, although was arrested and taken to the cop shop, he still returned in time to tee off and play his game and scored 5 under. So he was arrested for 4 crimes, the number one golfer, and then proceeded to score an amazing 5 under par. That's another 415. Also, the number one golfer in the world had won at this time the last 4 out of 5 tournaments that he had played in. That's another 415. It's also a 45. So, by the way, is getting arrested for 4 crimes and then scoring 5 under. That's also a 45. But it's also a 415 when you include that he's the number one golfer. So we have 2 45s there already, in fact. Here's another 1 and a 45. The I-45. God uses this. It's amazing. The Lord is the most creative being ever, of course. The Lord is so creative with his prophetic signs. The I-45, because Scott Scheffler is from Dallas, and on this day, there was this prophetic storm downtown Houston, Harris County, and Houston and Dallas are connected with the I-45. And that's a 45, but it's also a 415, because, like I'm saying in his signs, God has used the I's in the highways for symbolism for the number 1, in prior signs. This wouldn't be the first example. I'm not making this up. God has established this. This is a second witness. So the I-45 also hints at 45, but it's also hinting at 415 because it's got a 1 and then an I-45, right? The 1 and 45. But the reason why the storm is prophetic is that it was reported at first that there was at least 4 deaths, and then it was reported there were 5 deaths. But also, it was reported as if it was a bomb that went off in downtown Houston because it shattered windows of skyscrapers. The downtown core of Houston was a mess. The mayor was saying, don't come downtown. People were saying that it was like a bomb went off. This is part of the bomb signs that God is overlapping here that are pointing to the upcoming bomb that God is predicting to occur in Manhattan, New York City on July 25th. Anyway, also Harris, in his signs, Harris County, Houston, is being used in God's signs to point to the coming crash of Kamala Harris in a plane, which will lead to her replacement with the Antichrist, Barack Obama. Okay, so there's all kinds of overlap there, right? But I just want to focus on the 45 here to establish how the date May 17th was in fact correct when I said in this video that you're about to listen to that Jimmy Carter would die on May 17th. I was not incorrect. It was in fact 100% correct because the analysis, the signs confirmed all of the analysis. Okay? And if you are skeptical, then, well, the prediction 45 days later after May 17th will prove it. So, and again, May 17th was 39 days after the eclipse, and Jimmy Carter's the 39th president, but that's why. But also the reason for 39 is that the sun is 93 million miles away from Earth, and it connects to James Earl Jones, who will die on July 5th, which is 39 days before the predicted solar flare from the sun that will knock out the power grid. And a reminder that before it was believed that Jimmy Carter would die on May 17th, 2024, it was believed that this would be the date that James Earl Jones would die, May 17th, 2024. Okay, so I think I've explained it enough here. It's amazing if you think about it too. Scott Scheffler, the prophetic sign here, he's from Dallas, and he had just won the Masters prior to this. And one of the signs in that was that he spoke to the camera to his wife saying, I'm coming home. I'm coming home now. So he's telling his pregnant wife that he's coming home. In other words, Dallas. So Dallas, in other words, was a part of the signs in the Masters sign, which was just prior to this. So he's from Dallas, and the I-45 connects to the other sign that happened later in the day in Houston with the storm. By the way, it was a derecho storm. It was a type of windstorm that's very rare, and it's had these exceeding wind speeds, but it's a straight line storm because it's named after the punch. That's a type of punch in boxing. That's a straight punch. And anyway, that's not the first derecho sign that God has used. He's used the derecho storm in Nashville and in Ottawa, Canada, after the truckers because of their straight line convoy across Canada. But that's another story. So anyway, he's from Dallas. His sign was the first thing in the morning, and then the storm was later down the I-45. That alludes to 45 days after May 17th. Okay, so I think it's firmly established now why 45 days after the signs that on May 17th were thought to be we thought that Jimmy Carter would die on this day. Instead, we received these signs that revealed 45 days. Of course, this isn't by far the only way in which we learned or confirmed that July 1st will be the date that is predicted that Jimmy Carter will die. There's all kinds of other confirmation, but this was the initial way in which the date July 1st was first looked at. And at first I thought it might be the date that Kamala Harris would die in a plane crash because, of course, the storm 45 days, for I-45 after the Dallas golfer, and it's in Harris, and it's destruction, right? So it's falling from the sky to, in fact, it is a sign pointing to Kamala Harris's death. It's just that her death will be 7 plus 7 plus 7 days after the death of Jimmy Carter on July 22nd. And that's, okay, so that's, in other words, Jimmy Carter's death is a step in the trail of signs leading to Kamala Harris's death. And that's why another reason for the storm in Harris County, which is truly Kamala Harris death by the air sign, because the windows crashed from the air and the storm is by air, and her plane is going to crash due to wind. Turbulence and a lightning strike is going to bring her plane down. God has communicated that. And so that's perfect. So you would think that 45 days later would be the death of Kamala Harris. But upon further investigation with other connections and other prophetic signs, because it's a big picture of signs, sifting it out like a puzzle, the pieces, fitting them together, it's Jimmy Carter that will die on July 1st, 7 plus 7 plus 7 days before the death of Kamala Harris. And Carter was inaugurated in 77. Kamala Harris is the 49th vice president, and 49 is 7 times 7. And she will die 7 plus 7 plus 7 days after the death of the president that became the president in 77. Also, God is pointing to the date July 6th as the predicted date for Jimmy Carter's funeral. All right, now I have explained how God's true big picture of signs, patterns, and connections works. They are interconnected signs that produce trails of signs that through which God is telling very important stories and revealing knowledge. This is the reason for the elaborate big picture of signs. It is through the connections of these signs and these trails of signs that God is able to communicate very important information and knowledge and wisdom that must be learned. There are 10 other videos on this channel with the titles predicting that James Earl Jones will die on May 17th. They must be watched. There is very important information and stories that God is telling being told in these videos. When the prediction comes to pass, it should be clear that all of the videos need to be watched. If you only watch the videos in which it is predicted that James Earl Jones will die on July 5th, and not the videos that predict that James Earl Jones will die on May 17th, you will have missed very important information that God is telling. All right, welcome. I cannot express how pleased and excited that I am to present this information in this diagram. This is, if you will, the ultimate James Earl Jones diagram. Besides the other diagram that I explained in the other video with the theme of the return of the king. The theme in this video, well, to put a label on it, it's not really possible. However, we will be talking about this theme of James Earl Jones and him being the voice of the Lion King, and how God is using in his signs this metaphor of a lion's roar to symbolize the coming solar flare from the sun that will knock out the power grid in America. Which is why James Earl Jones, once again, if you have watched the other videos, read the poem at the opening of the 1989 World Series earthquake right before the broadcast went out the power went out in the broadcast booth. All right. Now, again, just to preface this again, words cannot describe how amazing the information is in this video, in this diagram that I will be explaining. This is information that has come through years of studying these related signs that God has been using to point to James Earl Jones. James Earl Jones is extremely important in God's big picture of signs. As one friend put it, it's like James Earl Jones is a reverent figure. He is somewhat culturally a reverent figure in American culture, which is why, just for example, this last May 4th, on the May the 4th Be With You Day, there was legislation put forth in the U.S. Congress to award James Earl Jones a medal, just for being James Earl Jones. All right, so now the reason is also the characters that James Earl Jones has portrayed in movies, which God is using as symbolism, including him being king symbolism. All right, and as we will see, this diagram is focused on these two dates, especially this one. In fact, I originally intended to make a quick diagram demonstrating how the Carrington event in 1859 connects through James Earl Jones and the date of the coming Carrington event. If you don't know what the Carrington event, it was a massive the biggest solar flare recorded, and it knocked out power. But in those days, there was only telegraph lines. So, all right, now, so anyway, the point is that these two dates are focused on here. This date here is the date that it is predicted that James Earl Carter, Jimmy Carter, will die. All right, now, this is relevant because Jimmy Carter, in his signs, is also king symbolism. He's part of this metaphor or allegory, if you will, not allegory, but a metaphor for symbolism for the 7 kings in the book of Revelation. Now, to be clear, it is only symbolism. The 7th king is actually Pope Francis, but this is a secondary symbol. God is very, very creative. He is not limited to only using it in one instance. This is another instance. Jimmy Carter became the president king in 1977, which began a 7 kings presidents prophecy, which is explained in other videos, but Trump is symbolic of the 7th king, which is why on his inauguration day, in a year that ended with 7, incidentally, he was 70 years, 7 months, and 7 days old exactly. And this was 73 days, which hints at 3 sets of 7 also, which is because the Israelites enacted a symbolic 3 sets of 7 before the walls of security collapsed in God's judgment after they blew trumpets. So Trump was inaugurated at 70 years, 7 months, and 7 days old, 73 days after he won the election by 77 electoral votes. And that in turn was exactly 73 weeks after Trump began his presidency, when he famously descended the golden escalator in the Trump Tower. And that in turn was exactly 188 months after the 7.0 earthquake in Joshua Tree, California, the strongest earthquake in recent history in California. And again, it was in the book of Joshua that the Israelites marched around in a symbolic 3 sets of 7 before they blew trumpets, before the walls of security collapsed in God's judgment. And that's why Trump is associated with his border wall of security. His election campaign and his presidency were synonymous with the border wall of security. God was trumpeting through Trump the collapse of America's walls of security. Anyway, the 8th king in the prophecy is one that was, is not, and will be again, which is pointing to Barack Obama, who was the president, is not the president, and will be again the president. So anyway, I tell you that to explain Jimmy Carter here and why it's related to James Earl Jones, who is king symbolism, because Jimmy Carter is also king symbolism. All right? Now, Jimmy Carter has 22 grandchildren. This video is being made before his expected death. But sometimes I take it so for granted in my mind that I use past tense verbiage, but the date that this video was posted proves that this prediction is being made ahead of time. All right. And anyway, he also is known for being from Plains, Georgia, spent his entire life there, except for when he was in the governor's mansion and the White House. And Plains, Georgia in Hebrew gematria equals 220. And these are just confirmations for the deaths of these two, James Earl Carter and James Earl Jones, being 2 + 2 days apart. This is also the equivalent of 24 times 240 minutes, which is at 24 and 24. And that's because Jimmy Carter was born in 1924 and will die in 2024. And Jimmy Carter's initials is JC because Jesus Christ, the name Jesus in the Greek concordance of the Bible is G2424. And Jesus is the King of Kings. And so that's also the reason for the connection between these two deaths, these predicted deaths. So now that we've got that established and out of the way, we can continue with the rest of this diagram that leads to the predicted death of James Earl Jones, which leads to the predicted death of James Earl Jones, I mean. And one of them is this 22 months connection, which confirms the 2 + 2 days connection. Now this 22 months exact connection gets us to the Biden speech from hell. So the predicted death of a president will be exactly 22 months after the big prophetic Joe Biden president speech, in which he spoke in front of Independence Hall in Philadelphia at nighttime with a backdrop of blood red on the walls with the lighting. And anyway, this is explained in the must-watch Joe Biden speech video, so I won't get into any more details. All right, but that was his speech from hell, and part of the sign was the white glove that was lit up by the lamp stand of the Marine standing behind Joe Biden, which was intimidating, typical Hitler type of speech. And that alluded to the handwriting on the wall in the book of Daniel, chapter 5, verse 5, which was why it was exactly 55 weeks after the Field of Dreams game, the first one. This was it's annual now, but this was the first one. This was prophetic for many reasons, which I won't get into here. But it was the Major League Baseball game played in the same cornfield that the movie Field of Dreams was filmed in, which stars James Earl Jones, the most iconic baseball movie ever made. And in the movie, James Earl Jones delivers a prophetic speech. In his speech, he speaks about how America could be great again, which of course hints at Trump's famous speeches about America being great again. And that's the reason for the exact 55 weeks between these two prophetic speeches. The Biden one hinting at the handwriting on the wall in Daniel chapter 5, verse 5. Now, in the Field of Dreams game, Aaron Judge of the New York Yankees played. I forget the prophetic details. I can't remember everything, and that is minor details because in this video we were talking about the big picture. Well, it's all part of the big picture, but you can drill into these particular signs that I'm talking about and get much more information and detail, which won't be done in this video. This video is a superficial video. It's a surface layer video of all of the prophetic signs that we will be talking about. Otherwise, we would be spending many hours talking about everything in full. And that will be for another day. I expect that will be in the kingdom on the other side of the second coming, because there simply isn't enough time to relay all of the information in God's true big picture of signs, patterns, and connections, which is only being explained on this channel. Now, but the point is that it was against also the Chicago White Sox, and Aaron Judge hints at the first commissioner of baseball, who became the commissioner in a moment of crisis, was given unchecked power over every person in professional baseball after the 1919 Chicago Black Sox World Series scandal. The movie Field of Dreams is about the 1919 Chicago Black Sox. which is why Barack Obama, the Antichrist, is known to be a avid Chicago White Sox fan. Anyway, James Earl Jones, as I will be getting to, James Earl Jones is pointing to also the first commissioner of baseball, who was given his power 666 days after the ratification of the 18th Amendment, and the 18 equals 6 plus 6 plus 6, 666, the number of the Antichrist in Bible prophecy, regarding the mark of the Antichrist, which will be enforced through the rationing of food after the coming solar flare from the sun will knock out the power grid in America, through the use of digital currency that will restrict the buying and selling of food to only those who have taken the mark of the Antichrist. The 18th Amendment was about the restriction of buying and selling alcohol. Okay? Now, we're getting closer to, well, from the prophetic Biden speech, we have an exact 36 months to this date here. September 1st, 2019, on this day, we received a prophetic baseball sign. But before explaining that, let's talk about the 7th Commissioner of Baseball, which I already just mentioned. Because the prophetic significance of the 7th Commissioner of Baseball is that it points to the first Commissioner of Baseball, I just explained the relevance of the first Commissioner of Baseball. Now, the death of the 7th Commissioner of Baseball is exactly 30 years before this baseball sign right here, which is related to James Earl Jones that I'll explain. But in the Bible, 30 years is symbolic of a king. King David and Joseph were made kings at the age of 30 years old. Okay? And James Earl Jones was born 7 years and 77 days before the birth of the 7th Commissioner of Baseball. And it was the 7th Commissioner of Baseball's poem that James Earl Jones read at the opening of the 1989 World Series earthquake broadcast, after which the power went out in the broadcast booth. That's because the World Series earthquake was a month and a half after his death on September 1st, 1989. And so that's the reason why the broadcast began with a poem written by the 7th Commissioner of Baseball. It was in his honor. All right? Now, so the 7th Commissioner of Baseball died. He died 69 days before the collapse of the Berlin Wall, which is symbolic of walls of security collapsing. And as I explained earlier, the collapse of the walls of security in the book of Joshua being symbolism for America's walls of security collapsing currently. But the reason for the Berlin symbolism, because it all points back to America, God's Gentile nation. People ask me sometimes, well, why are you so focused on America and America prophetic signs? Well, the answer to that is because God is. God is highly interested in America, primarily because America is God's Gentile nation. And I'm technically not an American citizen. I don't say that, well, I think of myself as an American. I spent the majority of my adult life in America. However, it's not that I say that out of pride, it's just a fact. There are only two nations in the history of nations that were founded on a relationship with God and founded on the Bible: Israel and America. Okay, and that's prophetic. That's for God's prophetic purposes. Like the use of Israel, God is using America in these last days for prophetic, symbolic purposes. But it's much more than that. America, and especially the Anglosphere nations, were extremely blessed, but they also were the nations that spread the gospel around the world in the 19th and 20th centuries. And that was by God's design. Great Britain was set apart from Europe to be a special culture and people for God to then establish these other nations like Canada, America, Australia, which then spread the gospel around the world. Because Jesus said he wouldn't return until he would return when the gospel had gone around the world. All right, so anyway, I got off subject there because what I wanted to tell you is that the signs in Berlin are pointing to America because Barack Obama has visited Berlin an uncanny number of times and delivered prophetic speeches in Berlin, including the first ever foreign policy speech by a presidential candidate outside of the US, which is astounding. And right away, a red flag for the Antichrist spirit of globalism of the left. The internationalist, because the truth is Obama is a well, communism isn't the right word anymore, but it's a descendant species of communism. He is a communist, all right? He was a member of the May 19th Communist Organization. That's the title of the organization, May 19th Communist Organization. That's a fact. The prediction being made in this video will prove this, and this is the reason for this prediction that is from God. It is to prove these controversial things. This is the reason why God has given me a voice through this prediction, but these things are proven through his big picture of signs, which will be proven to be true when the prediction comes to pass, and that is the purpose of the prediction, to prove these things, including the fact that Barack Obama was a member of the May 19th Communist Organization, which was responsible for bombing the Capitol building in the 80s, in the early 80s, and the organization was disbanded in 85, which happens to be the year that Obama moved to Chicago to begin his political activism in the inner city of Chicago. Okay, so, because he's a communist. And anyway, the point is, though, that he delivered this speech at the Victory Monument in Berlin, which was moved to its location by Hitler in anticipation of Hitler, delivering a speech ushering in the Fourth Reich. Well, Obama and the globalists are the Fourth Reich, which will be ushered in with the Antichrist period very soon, with Barack Obama being the second of the two Antichrists. Anyway, that Victory Monument, if you know Berlin, is very close to the Berlin Wall, which is another reason for the significance of the prophetic significance of the collapse of the Berlin Wall. But the Berlin Wall and all of this is near the Pergamum Museum, which houses the Temple of Pergamum. And it is Pergamum that Jesus said in the book of Revelation is the seat of Satan. And all of this, and the reason why Obama has been drawn to Berlin over and over, is because he is drawn to the seat of Satan. That's what I wanted to get at, all right? Now, the reason why 69 is relevant is because the period of the Antichrist in the most central prophecy is symbolized after a period of 69, okay? Daniel chapter 9. And we were talking about the seventh commissioner, and after the period of 69 comes the 70th period of 7. Okay, and again, James Earl Jones was born 7 years and 77 days before the seventh commissioner. So that's the reason for the relevance of the 69 days between the death of the seventh commissioner, as in the final period of 7, and the 69, which hints at the final period of 7. And the big deal, of course, this was a major moment in history, the collapse of the Berlin Wall, but it all points to the Antichrist, because it's the seat of Satan symbolism. Oh, and by the way, at that speech, it's known for how he came onto the stage with his hand raised high in the air, like Hitler, Heil Hitler. Now, you could say that he was coming in to wave, and surely he probably believed that he was, but it's not, in terms of prophetic significance, it's not what people do. It's what's behind it, the prophetic significance behind these things, that the players involved don't know what they are doing even, all right? Okay, now 30 years exactly after the death of the 7th Commissioner of Baseball, we had this prophetic baseball sign, which was a national sports news story at the time, which was when the Washington Nationals players lifted up in a joke 2 of their players. There is what is called a Simba cam in stadiums, in which the fans will lift up their dog or their baby for the camera to capture and then display on the big screen for everyone in the stadium to see. This is from the iconic scene in the movie The Lion King. And of course, James Earl Jones was the voice of the Lion King. All right. By the way, I don't know if I mentioned that at the beginning. The reason why James Earl Jones is king symbolism is because he was the voice of the Lion King. He played King Jafar in the movie Coming to America. He read the audiobook. James Earl Jones reads the King James Bible. And he was the voice of Darth Vader, which is Antichrist king symbolism. Okay? So, the 2 players that were lifted up for the Simba cam were players number 2 and 22. And that's because this was in Washington, D.C., and the Washington Nationals baseball team. And George Washington, was born on the date 2/22. All right, and as explained many times in the other videos, through the 9/11 events, God pointed to George Washington, who after his first inauguration walked down Wall Street into Trinity Chapel at Ground Zero and consecrated the nation to God, saying that if the nation were to ever turn away from God, it would lose its divine protection and blessings, which it did temporarily on 9/11. The Trinity Chapel now is also known as the Miracle Chapel because it was the only building at Ground Zero that wasn't damaged in the falling debris. Anyway, the date of this Simba cam Washington player 2 and number 22 sign was September 11th, 2019, 9119. That's a hint at 9/11. All right. The Washington Nationals went on to win the World Series for their first time in their 50-year franchise history, and the franchise began in Montreal, which is French for Royal Mount, which hints at the Royal Mount of the Simba, lifting up baby Simba in the movie The Lion King. Okay, now on this same day was the prophetic flash flood in Hell's Gate Canyon National Park in southwest Kenya, which killed 7 people. This was on the 7th anniversary. Sorry, it was on the 30th anniversary of the death of the 7th Commissioner of Baseball. And again, 30 years is symbolic of a king. The location that inspired the movie The Lion King, I am serious when I say this, it's literally true. There is an actual location that inspired the movie The Lion King, and it is Hell's Gate Canyon National Park. Okay, that's why we have the Simba cam on the day of the Lion King flash flood that killed 7 people on the anniversary of the death of the 7th Commissioner of Baseball. But not only that, on the day of the 7 deaths in the Hell's Gate Canyon in southwest Kenya was the other prophetic sign involving the first of the 2 antichrists, Pope Francis, when he was 7 minutes late for Mass due to a power outage, as in the power that will be knocked out by the solar flare, as in the power that was knocked out in the broadcast booth after James Earl Jones read the 7th Commissioner of Baseball's poem. Okay? Now, the Washington Nationals went on to win their first World Series in 50 years. The prophetic last out, by the way, was a pitch thrown by pitcher number 44 on the pitching mound. And in God's signs, he uses pitchers on the pitching mound to symbolize the Antichrist on the Temple Mount. And the pitch was a strikeout to batter number 23, who struck out swinging on his knee, kneeling, right? It's not every day or not every time a batter strikes out that he ends up on the dirt with one knee in the ground, which was symbolic of kneeling to Satan, who is symbolized by the Antichrist on the Temple Mount. which is symbolized by the pitchers on the pitching mound. Pitcher number 44 on the pitching mound obviously hints at the 44th president, Antichrist, in Washington, D.C., which is why the Washington Nationals won the World Series. The fact that player number 23 was struck out is because Barack Obama, the 44th president, is the basketball president who wore jersey number 23. Now, the pitch was an 88 miles per hour pitch. See how what I was saying before, how you can drill into all of these signs? I mean, I could drill into the Washington Nationals prophetic season for an hour, actually. There's way more than what I'm talking about. But anyway, I'm just talking about the final out here. The last pitch was an 88 miles per hour pitch, which it does hint at the 2 times 44, as in the second presidency for the 44th president. But also 88 miles per hour is an allusion to Back to the Future, in the iconic scene in which Doc jumps up and down excitedly after the DeLorean first time travels after reaching 88 miles per hour. Doc jumps up and down screaming 88 miles per hour. And that's because after that scene, in that scene, the vanity license plate falls to the ground and spins between the 2 columns of fire, and the vanity license plate is out of time, which hints at the 9/11 warning that God gave on 9/11 in 2001 regarding America being out of time to repent and turn back to God before the destruction of America, which is what was hinted at with the 2 columns of fire in between which was the vanity plate. The columns of fire were pictured as the rubber burning on the pavement, leftover fire, because of the time traveling, but it hints at the 2 towers. And that's because the movie the movie Back to the Future predicted 9/11. But that's explained in the Back to the Future movies on this videos on this channel. That's an astounding thing. That would be to really get off subject there. But the movie the movie Back to the Future was about a prophecy about the terrorism and the murder of Doc in the parking lot of the Twin Pines Mall, all right, and on and on. It's a prophecy in the movie. The plot of the movie is how Marty is trying to warn Doc about the future and his death by terrorists 30 years in the future. Speaking of 30 years, being prophetic and symbolic of a king. Well, here we go. So the movie Back to the Future was released in 85, and the Back to the Future Part 2 takes place in 2015, 30 years earlier. And those are the 2 years that the Kansas City Royals won the World Series. And Royals is, of course, hinting at a king, and king in the Bible is symbolized by 30 years. All right, that's enough of that tangent. So what I was getting at, though, is the signs on September 1st, 2019. All right? Now, there's more to say. Let's go here first. So September 1st, 2019 was exactly 4 times 40 years, which hints at the 44th president and the Antichrist, after the Carrington event, the strongest solar flare in history. Well, actually, I don't know if it technically is. Maybe there's one that beats it, because I know, yeah. Well, anyway, the point is, though, that this is a major solar flare in history, and it knocked out the power of the telegraph communication system at the time. Okay? So when news media or scientists talk about a coming disastrous solar flare, they almost always bring up the Carrington event and speak and mention it. Okay, it's called the Carrington event. It's because of the astronomer named Carrington who observed the phenomena on the sun that corresponded with the telegraph communications going down. Frying. There was reports of fires, in fact, in the telegraph communication installations. All right. So that's amazing, okay? Because what I didn't get at here was that James Earl Jones is predicted to die at the age of 93, which hints at how his death is predicted to be 39 days. before the predicted solar flare from the sun that is 93 million miles away from Earth. That's why James Earl Jones will die at the age of 93. Okay, and again, it'll knock out the power grid, and that's why James Earl Jones read the poem before the power went out in the broadcast booth of the 1989 World Series earthquake. Okay, but that's all hinted at because this is a James Earl Jones sign, the Hell's Gate Canyon flash flood, the location that inspired the movie The Lion King, and then the Simba Cam. Not only is the Simba Cam sign a Lion King sign, but it's also a baseball sign. And again, James Earl Jones he gave the prophetic speech in the most iconic baseball movie ever made, Field of Dreams. So it combines the two symbolism for James Earl Jones. Okay, and again, as I explained, it's 36 months and it leads back to the death of James Earl Jones. Now, another thing about James Earl Jones and him dying at 93, 39 days before the flare from the sun 93 million miles away from Earth, is that James Earl Jones is a king symbolism, and the King of Kings was crucified on the 3rd hour and was taken down on the 9th hour, which was 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. So either way you look at it, the 3rd hour and the 9th hour as written in the text of the Bible is 9 a.m. and 3 a.m. So it's a 93 and a 39. And again, this connects with the death of Jimmy Carter, whose name is JC. And by the way, I failed to mention that in his election campaign, his slogan was, JC can save America, which hints at how only Jesus Christ can save America. Which, in a way, was blasphemy for Jimmy Carter, to have had that as a slogan. That's because Jimmy Carter is not a positive figure in God's signs. He is not symbolism for something positive. I explained that in the other Jimmy Carter videos, though. Okay, now, let's do this one right here quickly. So, the Hell's Gate Canyon flash flood that killed 7 people at the same time that the Pope, the first of the 2 Antichrists, was 7 minutes late for Mass, was exactly 7 plus 7 plus 7 months, which is 3 sets of 7. I explained why that's important in God's signs a minute ago. To this Lion King sign here. Okay? Now, this included the vandalism at the entrance of the Birthplace of Elvis Museum. I believe that's even the correct title, Birthplace of Elvis Museum. All right? Now, the front entrance of the museum is a brick wall. It doesn't get any more classical wall symbolism than a brick wall. All right? Now, the vandalism was that the Elvis sign was stolen. So at the entrance to the compound or the museum, which includes, the house of Elvis, his school, it's just like the village of where Elvis is from, kind of thing. So you have to drive in, and you drive through the entrance, which is a brick wall, like I just said. On that wall is Elvis's signature as a sign. So, okay, attached to the wall is a big sign of his signature. In other words, it was a handwriting on the wall sign. And I forgot to mention earlier, the handwriting on the wall is an idiom in English because of Daniel chapter 5:5, like I was explaining. The handwriting on the wall is an idiom that means something bad is going to happen. Something inevitably bad is going to happen soon. Okay? And it's a warning. The handwriting is on the wall for the destruction of America. By the way, Elvis is also king symbolism. He was the king of rock and roll. And James Earl Jones and Elvis were both born in northern Mississippi. James Earl Jones was born right near where the king of rock and roll was born. And so that's the association between James Earl Jones and King Elvis. Okay? All right, now that I've explained this wall sign, again, in the book of Joshua, the walls of security collapsed after the Israelites enacted a symbolic 3 sets of 7. which further confirms this 7 plus 7 plus 7 months exact connection between these two James Earl Jones prophetic Lion King date signs, okay? And this is how God's true big picture of signs, patterns, and connections works, which is only being explained on this channel. It works on the principle of second and third and multiple witnesses confirming a matter, as the Bible says is required. And this is what makes what is being explained on this channel true and not a product of one's imagination, and different and unique than everything else on the internet that claims to be an analysis of God's prophetic signs. All right. So, also, on this same day as the handwriting on the wall, the king's handwriting on the wall. Oh, and by the way, in Daniel chapter 5:5, it is about a king. It's the mysterious, if you don't know the story, the king of ancient Babylon is having a banquet using the utensils from the temple stolen from the Jews, and a mysterious hand shows up. It's obviously dark in the room. The hand is lit up by a lamp stand, as I explained earlier, which is why the prophetic handwriting on the wall in the Joe Biden speech, because it was lit up by his white glove. The Marine's white glove was lit up by the lampstand against the wall, okay? And it was all about the wall that was behind, the brick wall for that matter, that was behind Joe Biden, that was lit up in blood red. Okay, so anyway, so it's a king that's giving this banquet, and then the handwriting comes and it writes a mysterious message on the wall that no one can understand except for Daniel. And he interprets the writing for the king and tells the king that on this night he is going to be removed from power by God. And then the Persian king does come to Babylon and just kills the Babylonian king. Okay, so it all involves kings. So that I forgot to mention that. And we are talking about James Earl Jones, who is king symbolism. Now, on this same day was this other prophetic sign in which it was a viral news story reported on Good Morning America, for example, on the state, how a 3-year-old kid, a 3-year-old girl, had said that for her birthday, her uncle posted it, and that's how it went viral. For her birthday, she wanted a Lion King cake sign in which Mufasa, the king in the movie The Lion King, is dead. Because in the movie, the Lion King dies, is murdered, okay? And then the baby Simba grows up and then later becomes the king. That's the plot. But the kid wanted a Lion King death cake sign. And this was a sign immediately recognized as pointing to the coming death of James Earl Jones. What's also interesting, by the way, this date that this occurred, June 1st, 2021, was predicted in advance to be the date that James Earl Jones would die because of the other connections. Like I say, the big picture of signs is an infinite web. I'm not even illustrating, the signs, the connections for how I knew prior to June 1st, 2021, that James Earl Jones would die on that date. He didn't die, but we had the death cake sign. All right, but the point is that the analysis was confirmed to be 100% correct. I was not quote unquote wrong. God was pointing to that date in regards to the death of James Earl Jones, and then we had a lion cake death prophetic sign. The death cake. And the reason why, of course, it went viral is it's because and the reason why she said that she wanted a death cake sign is because it would make other people sad and they wouldn't want to eat the cake so that she could have the cake all to herself. Which is amusing because, how amusing and how selfish a 3-year-old is. It's, okay. So, now, so this Lion King death sign, is exactly 37 months to the predicted death of James Earl Carter, which, as I explained, connected to the predicted death of James Earl Jones. King symbolism. 37 months hints at 3 sets of 7. And so this symbolic 3 sets of 7 in the number 37 to the wall sign, and again, the walls of security collapsed after the symbolic 3 sets of 7. This is a wall of security prophetic sign, and on each side of it, we have a connection involving 3 sets of 7. That's how beautiful and clear God's big picture of signs is. All right. And I again explained how Jimmy Carter is a king symbolism because he became the president in 77. And he's the first of the 7 kings for that reason, which is why the date 7-1, by the way, 7-1 hints at 1 times 7 and a 7. Well, anyway, the date of his death. Well, so now that we've established this lower end of the diagram, well, there's one more up here too, actually. This is, so September 1st, 2019, and the Hell's Gate Canyon flash flood sign and the Simbacam sign, this James Earl Jones sign, in other words, is exactly 58 months to the predicted death of Jimmy Carter. Now, this is astounding because of the prophecy that I just mentioned that talks about the 7 kings. But that prophecy is written with language that includes a 5th king and an 8th king. Okay? 5 of 8 kings. Okay? The first king in this prophecy is the 5th one, and the 8th last king in the prophecy is the 8th one. The reason why God set up that language is so that he could use the number 58 and 85 in his signs for this prophetic purpose. Which, by the way, is the reason, as I mentioned earlier, Obama moved to Chicago in 85. 85, the year that he moved to Chicago, was the year of the 85 Bears, Chicago football team, regarded as the best team in history, and who Barack Obama hosted at the White House exactly 13 years before his defeat on the Temple Mount on the Day of Atonement on October 12, 2024, the second coming of Lord Jesus Christ. The reason for this 13 years is, well, 85, the 85 Bears, hints at 8 plus 5 equals 13. The Antichrists are described in Revelation chapter 13. But the 85 Bears, although regarded as the best team in football history, they didn't have a perfect season. They lost 1 game, and that was to the Miami Dolphins, because of their star quarterback, who was the only time that they were able to defeat their defense, which is why they were so successful, their revolutionary style of defense. And that quarterback for the Dolphins is number 13. It just so happens that the Miami Dolphins are the only team in history to have had a perfect season. And that season was 13 years before player number 13 beat the Chicago Bears. And when they beat the Chicago Bears in that 1 game that the Chicago Bears lost that season, it was in week number 13. In the year that the Miami Dolphins had a perfect season, which was 13 years before the 85 Bears, they won the Super Bowl, and the MVP was player number 13. And he was the position of safety, which is highly unusual for an MVP to be awarded. A safety to be awarded the MVP. In fact, it's probably the only instance in history in which a safety was the MVP in a Super Bowl game. But this hinted at the safety of America. And the Miami Dolphins hints at the sun. Their logo is a flaming sun, and if you look at it, it's got spikes coming off the sun as if they are like solar flares. Well, anyway, Barack Obama hosted the Chicago Bears at the White House 13 years exactly. What do I mean? It was on October 7th in 2011. That date hints at the 10th day of the 7th month, which is the date of atonement in the Hebrew calendar, which will be the day of the second coming, which will be in 2024. Exactly 13 years later. Not only did the date in 2011 hint at the Day of Atonement, it actually was literally the Day of Atonement in the Hebrew calendar that year. So it's exactly 13 years later to the Day of Atonement in 2024 and the defeat of the Antichrist, Barack Obama, which is why Barack Obama hosted the 85 Bears at the White House on that date. Why did he do that? Well, because he's a big 85 Bears fan. That was the year that he moved to Chicago. It made an impression on him. And the sports teams back in those days didn't always visit the White House after they won a championship. That tradition didn't start till after. And because of Obama hosting the 85 Bears, the 72 Dolphins, the perfect season Dolphins, complained. And they complained how Obama said that they were the best team in history, the 85 Bears, when they were at the White House. And so Obama loving the attention and, okay, well, why not? Why don't you? Because the 72 Dolphins were like, well, how come they got to go to the White House? So he hosted the 72 Bears as well. And it was a big joke about what he had said during the time that the 85 Bears were at the White House, et cetera. And that was also a prophetic sign, but I won't get into more details there. But anyway, so the point is, too, when Obama moved to Chicago in 85, it began a 30-year cycle in which all of the major professional sports teams of Chicago won their championships. And they broke their curses because the Chicago Blackhawks, before they had won the Stanley Cup during the time that Obama was in the White House, had the longest Stanley Cup drought in NHL history. Then the before that actually, the Chicago White Sox broke their supposed sports curse that began with the 1919 World Series Black Sox scandal that I talked about, which also points to him as the Antichrist because of the first commissioner of baseball being symbolism for the Antichrist. Oh, and by the way, I didn't finish that up. His name is Judge Kennesaw Mountain Landis, which is why on the Field of Dreams game, it was the prophetic home runs were hit by Aaron Judge. His last name is Judge, and he wears number 99 in God's signs. The number 9 symbolizes God's judgment because it symbolizes his judgment from the Bible in the Bible. And it was Aaron Judge, and he wears number 99, which symbolizes judgment. All right. And anyway, by the way, that Dolphins video of the Obama visit on the Obama White House channel is 9 minutes long. Anyway, so exactly from what I remember. But anyway, so the point is that also the Chicago Cubs broke their sports curse, and the Chicago Cubs and the Chicago White Sox were the two teams involved in the two World Series scandals. Everyone knows about the 1919 Chicago Black Sox scandal, in which the Chicago Black Sox threw the World Series in order to gain profits from sports betting. But what people don't know is that it was also the case in 1918. This was the same thing. The disgruntled players during World War I weren't getting paid enough, etc. And that was also Chicago. And Chicago symbolizes Obama and corruption. Because Chicago is the most corrupt city in America, but here we have these two baseball teams that prove that. So anyway, those two teams, though, the Chicago White Sox and the Chicago Cubs, the Cubs are nicknamed the Blue Bears, and it was also the Boston Red Sox, which played the Chicago Cubs in the 1918 World Series, and they are also known for their sports curse drought. So what we have there are red, white, and blue. And we have which is symbolic of the curse of the Antichrist, Barack Obama, who is from Chicago. And that's why these sports curses ended during the time that Obama was in Washington, D.C. Because in 2005, the White Sox, and he was senator at that time. In fact, he threw the prophetic first pitch of the game 2, but that was 19 years exactly before the Day of Atonement and his defeat, and that hinted at the 1919 Chicago Black Sox. Okay, and pitchers on the pitching mound symbolize the Antichrist in the Temple Mount. Okay, and also he hosted the Chicago Cubs at the White House 4 days before he left office, and star player number 44 for the Cubs presented the 44th president with jersey number 44. And that ended this 30-year cycle from when Obama moved to Chicago, of all of the professional sports teams in Chicago winning their championships, which makes it a Barack Obama Antichrist king sign, because again, 30 years is symbolic of a king. Now, this prophetic flash flood in Hell's Gate Canyon revealed the location of Barack Obama's birth. He was born in the same region of southwest Kenya as the Hell's Gate Canyon National Park, which is why this location inspired the movie The Lion King, which uses James Earl Jones to point to Barack Obama. All right, now, in his signs, God pairs the numbers 9, 23, and 44 together frequently to confirm his signs and connections. Because as I mentioned, God, to develop his big picture of signs, provides second and third witnesses to confirm a matter, and this is how God's true big picture of signs, patterns, and connections works. And this is what the Bible says is required, the second and third witness, to confirm a matter. This is what makes what is being explained on this channel true and not a product of one's imagination and different and unique than everything else on the internet claims to be an analysis of God's prophetic signs. And one simple way, if we think about it, in which God would provide a second witness for us is through pairing certain numbers together, such as 23, 9, and 44. And I know this because I've been studying his big picture of signs from morning until night for more than full-time hours for more than 6 years. But the reason is that the 44th president became the president in 2009 and is the basketball president who wore jersey 23 in high school. Anyway, God frequently uses connections involving Barack Obama, especially involving 9 months and 23 days. So, and that's a second witness, the other connections. So this is a legitimate, astounding, beyond words connection. Because exactly 9 months and 23 days prior to this flash flood in Hell's Gate Canyon was the prophetic flash flood in the canyons in Petra, Jordan. Not only that, these two locations are on the exact same longitudinal line. On a map, the longitudinal line goes through Hell's Gate Canyon and Petra, Jordan. Petra, Jordan is prophetic because it alludes to the scripture in Bible prophecy speaking of the Jews that will be hiding in the wilderness, and it is believed that they will be hiding in Petra, Jordan. Myself and many others believe that will be the case. Even if it is still symbolism for this. But there are other reasons to know this from God's big picture of signs, including Barack Obama's visit during his presidency to Petra, Jordan, and also the movie The Last Crusade. But that's another story that I look forward to explaining in another video, because the theme of that is immortality, which will be the big lie from demons pretending to be aliens in the last days. Because the first lie ever told was the suggestion to Eve in the Garden of Eden from the serpent that she wouldn't die if she ate the fruit from the tree. Okay, so, all right. Now, so we have this Petra flash flood. That was exactly 50 years, which is extremely prophetic from Bible prophecy, after the strongest earthquake in Illinois history, and this symbolizes Barack Obama. This was not a literal 7 years, but it was 7 years after his birth. And 7 years in Bible prophecy is symbolic of the period of the Antichrist. But if that isn't relevant enough, we do have this confirmation here, because this strongest earthquake it was felt in 23 states. That's another reason why we can know it's pointing to Obama, whose number is 23. But it was exactly 7 plus 7 plus 7 years before the collapse of the Berlin Wall, which I was talking about over here in regards to the 7th Commissioner of Baseball's death, right? So I've explained the Berlin Wall and the seat of Satan and how it ties to Obama, right? But also, by the way, earthquakes again, because the walls of security of Jericho collapsed due to an earthquake. Archaeology proves this. And again, there was a symbolic 3 sets of 7 when the walls of Jericho collapsed. So that's why when we have a 3 sets of 7 from an earthquake sign, it's even more of a second witness. So it's exactly 7 plus 7 plus 7 years to the collapse of the Berlin Wall, which also hints at the 3 sets of 7 in the book of Joshua and the walls of security that collapsed. Now these dates, as you see right here, are all 11-9, which hints at 9/11. 29 years is the next connection here, and this is a number that hints at 9/11. Because if God were to symbolize 9/11 with only 2 numbers, it would be 29 or 92, because the 2 is a 1 plus 1. And that's why in his signs, 29 symbolizes 9/11, and so we have from these dates that hint at 9/11, this exact 9/11 connection, 29 years connection. All right. Now, the Berlin Wall collapsed 23 days after the prophetic 1989 World Series earthquake. The earthquake hit at the opening of the broadcast, right as the broadcasters, the prophetic Al Michaels, which hints at the Archangel Michael that throws the dragon down from heaven to earth at the beginning of the end times, and on, Al Michaels' prophetic and God signs. There are other second witnesses to that, including, for example, the Miracle on Ice broadcast, in which at the end, Al Michaels yelled, "Do you believe in miracles?" Yes, at the highest moment in American sports history during the lowest time in modern American history in the late 1970s. Or what was it? February of 1980, actually. But anyway, okay, so Al Michaels and the other broadcaster at the opening of the Game 3 of the World Series are talking about the highlights of Game 2. And literally, all right, there's more to that. In fact, right as the earthquake hit and the power went out, player number 33 was crossing home plate, and it was Game 3, and the poem that James Earl Jones read was how baseball is a metaphor for a homecoming. And so that's why player number 33 crossed the home plate. Jesus was crucified and was resurrected, conquered death at the age of 33. And the player number 30 crossing home plate, 33, Jose Canseco, was right after the ball was hit off the outfield fence next to the 330-foot wall marker. Well, anyway, it was the highlights of game number 2, and it was game number 3, which hints at a 2 and a 3, which is a second witness to the 23 days connection to the collapse of the Berlin Wall, which goes on to connect to the coming solar flare. And again, the solar flare will knock out the power grid in America, and that's why James Earl Jones, the voice of the Lion King, a metaphor for a lion's roar, the coming solar flare, read the poem before the earthquake that knocked out the power in the broadcast booth. All right, so we're moving along here. Now, it's just going to get more amazing from here. The Washington Nationals won their first World Series in 50 years in this season. This was the Washington Nationals Simba Cam sign, as I explained. And it occurred exactly 50 days after the Manhattan blackout. Okay, and again, on this day, there was a blackout at the Vatican on the day of the Hell's Gate Canyon National Flood. And by the way, in the Bible, judgment on a nation or people begins at the gate. Now, so that's one reason why this is significant, this 50 days connection to the Manhattan blackout. The Manhattan blackout was also exactly 3,000 days after Barack Obama first put forth his birth certificate in long form, in digital format only, which was proven to be a forgery by the sheriff of the sixth biggest county in the U.S., Phoenix, Arizona. He hired 2 independent forensic labs in Europe. Because why Europe? For the sake of it not being biased, to get a result to see whether or not it was a legitimate birth certificate. And the results came back that it was clearly an obvious forgery with 9 obvious points of layered forgery. Okay? Because Barack Obama was born in Southwest Kenya. And the signs, obviously, that I'm explaining prove this. This is the purpose of all of this, right? This is the reason for the Hell's Gate Canyon National Park flash flood. That was exactly 9 months and 23 days after the Petra Jordan flash flood. Oh, and by the way, the story of the Petra Jordan flash flood, the news stories talked about how it was the first flash flood in Petra Jordan since 1963, I think, in which 23 people were killed, which hints at Barack Obama and his jersey number 23. And so, obviously, the point here is God identifying where Barack Obama was born in Southwest Kenya, like everyone should know, anyone that hasn't been completely brainwashed because they want to be, and that's the truth, that's the spiritual truth. They don't want to know the truth. They want to believe the lies of the left, and they want to believe that the media would do its job if Barack Obama wasn't born in Kenya, that they would actually report that. Well, actually, the local media, the local news channels in Phoenix reported on the discoveries of the investigation into Obama's birth certificate, but not the national media. But the local ABC, CBS, NBC, they reported on it. the findings of the sheriff, but you wouldn't never hear about this investigation on the national news. And that's just because the higher up you go, the more ideological it is. The more people self-select in their hiring for people that are into the ideological cult of the left. And so anyone that's high up in media is a cultist, is a leftist. That's just how it works. That's what the media is. It's not journalism. It's activism, political activism disguised as journalism. That's why we call it the fake media, because it literally is. It's fake. It's propaganda. Anyway, that's the purpose of this prediction. If you don't believe what I am saying, make no mistake. The reason why God has given me a voice through this prediction for the death of James Earl Jones on July 5th is to prove what I am saying. Case closed. Believe me, I know far better than you the reason why God has provided this prediction and given me a voice through this prediction. It is to prove God's big picture of signs, patterns, and connections, which is only being explained on this channel, as being true. And these signs confirm and are demonstrating that Barack Obama was the unconstitutional president who was born in southwest Kenya. Case closed. End of debate. It's not a conspiracy theory. The overwhelming evidence is out there if you want to learn it. You don't need these signs, but if you do need these signs, well, the signs prove it. Now, as I was saying, the day that he released his fake birth certificate was exactly 3,000 days before the Manhattan blackout, which connects with 50 days to the flash flood in the area of the world where Barack Obama was born. 3,000 days because at the Royal Mount, Mount Sinai in the Old Testament, 3,000 perished after their rebellion at Mount Sinai. Just as it was 2,996 that perished on 9/11. That's the official total. The passage in the Old Testament is, quote unquote, about 3,000. It was about 3,000 that died on 9/11 because it hinted at the book of Exodus. Okay, so that's the reason for the 3,000 days to the Manhattan blackout. But on the day that Obama released his birth certificate forgery was the deadliest tornado outbreak in history. And Barack Obama rose to power. Speaking of tornado signs, Barack Obama became the Democrat nominee essentially on Super Tuesday on what is known as the Super Tuesday tornado outbreak in 2008. That was the day that he pulled ahead of Hillary Clinton, and the rest is history. Prior to that, it was a dead heat between the two. All right? Now, so that's the significance of the deadliest tornado outbreak on the day that he released his birth certificate. But on that day also, the famous street preacher David Wilkerson died, who is famous for having started the Times Square Church in Times Square, Manhattan. And 3,000 days exactly later, the power went out in Times Square in Manhattan, in the Manhattan blackout. So let's start explaining this now. The Manhattan blackout, one of the prophetic, there's so much to say about it, I won't even explain it all here. Not even close, but the Manhattan blackout, one of the prophetic signs was a flood. And this was 50 days exactly to the flash flood in Hell's Gate Canyon. The flood, the sign that I'm talking about, which was caused by the power outage in Manhattan, damaged the costumes backstage of the Lion King musical. And the performers had to perform without their costumes for a number of days, which is what made it a news story. Because how can you have a Lion King musical without costumes? It's all about the costumes. The costumes were damaged in the flood, in the Manhattan blackout, 50 days before the flood in Hell's Gate Canyon, the location that inspired the movie The Lion King. And the flood in Manhattan was in the Lion King musical. But also the Lion King flash flood sign, the location, was on the day with 7 deaths, was on the day that the Pope was late 7 Mass, 7 minutes for Mass because of a power outage. And it was 50 days exactly after the Manhattan blackout power outage. And 50 again because the Washington Nationals went on to win their first championship in 50 years. But also 50 symbolizes the church because Pentecost symbolizes the church, and Pentecost literally means 50th day. And the Antichrist will persecute the church. And the number 3000 also symbolizes the church. So from this day, we also have the 3000 days connection back, because on Pentecost, 3000 came to salvation and repented after Peter's sermon on the first Pentecost of the church age. It was like the opposite of Mount Sinai. And that's why the symbolism of the disciples in the upper room on that Pentecost, it was symbolism for the God coming down on Mount Sinai in smoke and fire. All right. So this Manhattan blackout occurred during the twice annual only Manhattan Henge. Manhattan Henge is when the sun sets perfectly in between the canyon walls of the skyscrapers. Tourists will go to Manhattan to watch Manhattan Henge. Well, during this Manhattan Henge, the skyscrapers were dark. There were no lights. The Manhattan blackout occurred during the Manhattan Henge. It was profound. And the reason for this is because in Genesis 1:14, God says that the lights in the sky are for prophetic signs. This was a prophetic sign in the sky, the sun and Manhattan Henge during the Manhattan blackout. What also confirms this is that during the Manhattan blackout, there was the very, very rare 4.0 earthquake in Manhattan, Montana, that occurred exactly 9 months and 11 days after the swarm of earthquakes began there. Manhattan, Montana sits directly on top of the lava plume of Yellowstone volcano, which is going to erupt. And I apologize, I haven't had time to look into the prophetic signs that would reveal the date for that, but it could be the same day as the solar flare. I just haven't had time to confirm that. I will do that soon. I keep forgetting also. But I literally haven't had time. And so, but God has demonstrated Yellowstone signs, and therefore we can expect that he's revealed the timing of the date that will happen. All right. And so also there were 9/11 signs in the Manhattan blackout. The news story was of the two musicals doing impromptu street performances with their fans in the crowd out on the street because the show got canceled. And one of them was the musical Come From Away, which is a musical about 9/11. The other musical that did this and was reported nationally for doing so, viral story. The other musical was the one that had just won the Tony Award for Best Musical, and its name is Hades Town, as in hell. And again, this was 50 days before the Hell's Gate Canyon National Park. Furthermore, the blackout was largely centered in the Hell's Kitchen area of Manhattan. And the news story was about how people were out on the streets suffering in the heat because of the heat wave, which is why the blackout occurred in the first place, because of all of the electricity being used by air conditioners. So they were suffering in the heat in Hell's Kitchen 50 days before the prophetic judgment sign in Hell's Gate Canyon National Park on the day of the Hades Town musical. Okay? Now, the blackout occurred in Hell's Gate Kitchen between 42nd Street and 72nd Street. Or is it No, it's Street. And 42nd Street is known to be the best location to watch Manhattan Henge. But in the Bible, 42 is used every time in context of slaughter. Like, for example, the she-bear that slaughters the kids in in 2 Kings, or is it 1 Kings? And also, let's see, well, in the book of Revelation, the number 42 is in context of the Antichrist who will be slaughtering. Also, this has been a while since I recalled this. So in the Old Testament, there was the 42 cities that people could flee to if they had committed manslaughter. And King Jehu slaughtered 42 people at the well. All right, so it's in context of slaughter. By the way, also in the 1989 World Series earthquake, which was known for the collapse of the Cypress Street viaduct, sorry. And that collapsed onto 42 people, killing 42 people. That was a slaughter. All right. Anyway, the Manhattan blackout occurred between 42nd Street and 72nd Street, the area of Hell's Kitchen. Half of it was Times Square, by the way. The other half of Times Square was still lit up, which hinted at Matthew chapter 7, broad is the way, because this is Broadway. Broad is the way to destruction. And, narrow is the way to life, and a few people find it. It is the hard, narrow way to life. So it was a contrast, in other words. That's why half of Times Square was in the dark and half was lit up, because it was hinting at the passage in which Jesus contrasted the broad way to destruction and the narrow way to life. Okay, so anyway, the Manhattan blackout was between 42nd Street and 72nd Street, and it was initially reported that 42,000 customers were without power, and that was later revised to 72,000, which matched the area of the blackout because it hints at the Hell's Kitchen area, which makes the judgment sign. It points to all of the other things that I've been talking about, the suffering and all of that, because of the lack of air conditioning. Now, the thing too, though, what was uncanny about this, and which was the first thing that the media reported in its stories typically, was how this Manhattan blackout occurred on the exact 42nd anniversary of the New York City blackout in 1977. All right? But it was literally 110 minutes shy of an exact 42 hours, because the blackouts have their exact timing as well. All right? And it was exactly 110 minutes shy of an exact 42 years. Now, the reason why 110 is relevant is because on 9/11, it was 110 stories that collapsed. In God's signs, as I mentioned earlier, he pairs certain numbers together to confirm his signs and connections. And God pairs the numbers 9 and 110 together to confirm his signs and connections, and also to point to 9/11. Because the 110 stories that collapsed engendered an earthquake that cracked the foundation of Federal Hall on Wall Street, and Wall Street is named after the 9-foot-high wall of security that the Dutch built to keep the British and the Indians out. Also on 9/11, Trump, which is symbolic of the trumpets that were blown before Joshua and the Israelites, Joshua and the Israelites blew before the walls of security collapsed. And Joshua in the Bible died at the age of 110. He also led the Israelites into the promised land on the date 110, which hints at 110. And the reason why there were two 110 stories is because it hints at the second coming, because the first coming is hinted at with the date 110, because Jesus' triumphal entry into Jerusalem was on the date 110. Joshua led the Israelites into the promised land on the date 110. And so the second coming is hinted at with 2 times 110. Well, anyway, Trump, who hints at the 110, because it hints at Joshua and the leader of the Israelites blowing the trumpets, well, he called on 9/11 into Channel 9 News and mentioned that his tower in Lower Manhattan on 40 Wall Street had become the tallest tower in Lower Manhattan. He trumpeted how his tower was the tallest tower. So he trumpeted to Channel 9 News and on. Okay, so the 110, 109 paired together. Well, anyway, the blackout was exactly 110 minutes shy of exact 42 years, which hints at the Antichrist, because in the Bible prophecy, the period of the Antichrist is 42 months, which is only symbolic. We are well inside the final 42 months, which began in May of 2021. So, and the New York City blackout, which was exactly 42 years before the Manhattan blackout, was a blackout that affected 9 million people. That's the big thing about it. It affected 9 million people for over 24 hours, which was why there were riots and break-ins and crime, and it was a bad time for New York City. Okay, it was exactly 42 years before the Manhattan blackout. And okay, so, and which, by the way, was during Manhattan Henge, seen from 42nd Street, affected 42,000 customers, and a blackout occurred from 42nd Street. So we've established that connection fairly soundly now. Now, the New York City blackout was exactly 4 times 4 weeks. And God pairs 9 and 44 together. So the New York City blackout for 9 million people was exactly 4 times 4 weeks, which is at 44. And the 44th president was inaugurated in 2009 after the opening officially of the Baltimore Bridge, which is explained in other James Earl Jones video, the prophetic significance of it. But James Earl Jones spoke the national anthem at the 93 All-Star game in Baltimore. And the bridge is named after the author of the Star-Spangled Banner national anthem. It was in 93, and James Earl Jones will die at 93, 39 days before the solar flare and the collapse of America's security, hence the collapse of the Baltimore Bridge sign in 2024, and on and on. And the sun is 93 million miles away from Earth. So that's why the prophetic James Earl Jones opening of the All-Star game when he spoke the national anthem in 93. So I won't go any more than that into the Baltimore Bridge explanation because it's explained so much else in other videos. It's so important. But if you've watched the other videos already, you'll know that this is significant. And the bridge was opened in 77 in the 7th state, the 3 sets of 7, all right, a collapse, which didn't collapse in 77, obviously, but the final end of this prophetic sign is its collapse. Now, and also, well, no, I'm not going to go there. Okay, but the thing is, in between this, in this trail of signs, it is exactly 9 weeks from the Baltimore Bridge opening. And by the way, the bridge is in God's signs are hinting at Revelation chapter 9 and the crossing over of the bridge of the demons into the earthly realm, which is explained in other videos. Speaking of aliens, though, that's because the demons were pretending to be aliens. Star Wars is about aliens, come to think of it. No kidding. I didn't even know this. But the 9 weeks connection also hints at Revelation 9 because of the bridge and the opening of the bottomless pit that the demons will cross over in the bridge into the earthly realm. Okay, wow. Pretending to be aliens. All right. Well, anyway, as I mentioned earlier, God pairs 9, 44, and 23, which is why we have this right here in this area of the trail. Okay, so exactly 9 weeks after the Baltimore Bridge opens was the day that Star Wars was released. Star Wars stars James Earl Jones as the voice of Darth Vader. It climaxes with an explosion. The end of the movie Star Wars, the first one, the classic one, the first iconic Star Wars, released in 77 on May 25th, climaxes with an explosion on a planet-like thing, the Death Star, in space, which hints at the coming explosion on the sun in space. Okay, that's why James Earl Jones is part of this. And the release of this date is prophetic, this movie. Now, the number 52 in God's signs symbolizes prophetic signs because it hints at 2 times 26, and the 226th word in the Hebrew concordance is the word that means prophetic signs. That's why it's exactly 5 plus 2 weeks to the New York City blackout. And again, though, the climax of the movie Star Wars hints at a blackout. To finish this off, the bridge that was opened in the 7th state in 77 was 2 months and 3 days after the inauguration of the 7th, the king president that symbolizes the 7 kings in 77. But anyway, the 2 months and 3 days hints at 23, which pairs with the 9 and pairs with the 4 times 4 weeks here. Okay? One thing before we move on, because there's more to be saying about the Manhattan blackout and its connections up here. Before I forget, though, the Titanic was discovered exactly 34 years before the Hell's Gate Canyon flash flood sign. Now, as I mentioned, as I explained, this hinted at 9/11 with the Washington Nationals and the player number 2 and 22 because of George Washington. And that's why, by the way, the day that the World Health, the organization that begins with the world and is in the middle word health and then the last word is organization, it officially declared the CVD disease to be a pandemic exactly 222 months after 9/11. And it was predicted ahead of time that that date would be the date of something very big, bad, and world-changing, and I didn't know what it would be until actually the day, but I knew because of the 222 months connection. And that was the only date that I was saying that about in 2020. Well, anyway, so this was a night, and the date itself, 9/1 and 19, hints at 9/11 and all of that, right? Well, so does 34. On 9/11, the Dow Jones was closed at exactly 34 points before the previous close. Okay, and it was 9,605, which hints at 6 and 5 equals 11, and hints at 9/11. Well, the reason is for all of that, the 34s, is, first of all, Isaiah chapter 34, which is the chapter in the Bible that symbolizes, it's titled Judgment on the Nations, Isaiah chapter 34. And we're talking about the World Trade Center collapse, okay? But also on 9/11, it was 2 planes struck the 2 towers 17 minutes apart. And 34 is 2 times 17. But the 2 times 17 in itself hints at Genesis and the flood, which is why it connects to the flood signs here, because the sinking of the Titanic was a flood sign as well. So the 2 times 17 hints at the flood, because the flood in the Genesis chapter 7 begins on the date 217, the 17th day of the second month. Okay, so and the Titanic is, of course, huge because it symbolizes man's hubris, but it was on its way to America. It's a sign for America and its judgment. It also is a sign that points to the Mayflower's crossing of the Atlantic, which was the spiritual founding of America, with 101 passengers, which is why in the newly released prophetic images of the Titanic that were released in May of 2023, the serial number, the big serial number on the propeller of the Titanic is 101. And that's why exactly 101 years after the sinking of the Titanic was the Boston bombing, exactly 101 years, because it, of course, hints at the Boston colony and the Mayflower and the spiritual founding of America. Now, so that's the reason for the exact 34 years between these 2 flood signs. But importantly, the Titanic is symbolic of the destruction of America and its hubris, thinking that it is not in danger of being judged by God. And it ultimately connects, as I've explained, to the date of the explosion on the sun, which will be the day of, because Peter said the coming judgment would be symbolized by fire instead of water, in contrast with the flood. Did I explain this 58 months exactly well enough? I don't know if I did, because the 7th and 8th kings point to Pope Francis. This is why, for example, Pope Francis was elected exactly 85 years after the collapse of the San Francisco Dam in Los Angeles, which is at fallen angels. The prophecy is very clear. Bible prophecy is exceedingly clear. There wouldn't have been a Reformation without this knowledge. It's crying shame that this knowledge has been lost right at the end, which is conveniently timed for the Antichrist to fool many quote-unquote Christians, because Catholicism isn't Christianity, but also, anyway, I've explained this too many other times in the other videos. You need to watch all of the videos when the prediction comes to pass, obviously. You'll know that the wise thing to do, the wise person will know that they need to watch every minute of every video on this channel when the prediction comes to pass. Well, anyway, it hints at the prophecy about the 5th and 8th kings, but the 7th of the 8th kings is Pope Francis, and the 8th king is the revived Roman Empire, the beast that was, is not, and will be again, because the Roman Empire had temporal powers that were then stripped from it by Napoleon, and then it at the end will have the temporal as well as spiritual authority again at the very end, which will be why the world will marvel. It will become the leader capital, political capital seat of the Western nations in a revived Roman Empire. In other words, Western civil countries united with a common dictator, the Pope, who will claim that aliens have made him the ambassador for the world, which will give him power immediately over all of the world governments. All right. And so anyway, that's the reason for the 58. Okay, getting back to what we were saying over here, though. We had the Manhattan blackout on this July 13th date. All right. We talked about the 50 days connection between the flood and the backstage of the Lion King musical to the flash flood in Hell's Gate Canyon, the location that inspired the movie The Lion King, and on and on. Also, though, the Manhattan blackout was exactly 2 times 3 days, which hints at 23, before the release of the movie The Lion King, in which James Earl Jones reprised his role as the voice of the Lion King. This was the new live-action movie The Lion King, starring James Earl Jones, which was in turn 44 days, a pairing of 23 and 44, which confirms the signs and connections, as I said, and this is how God's big picture of signs works. 2, the Simba Cam sign, baseball and Lion King sign combined, because James Earl Jones is about baseball as well, as I explained, and the Hell's Gate Canyon flash flood sign. So the Lion King sign connects. It's amazing. Now, what confirms this 44 days connection also is this exact 23 weeks connection, because this is a pairing of 44 and 23, but also this 2 times 3 and 23 here too. So from the release of the Lion King movie, it is exactly 23 weeks to this Lion King sign. This was the day of the prophetic helicopter crash in Hawaii, the state that Barack Obama grew up in. All right, and 7 people died, which brings us back to the 7 deaths in the Hell's Gate Canyon flash flood. Oh, and by the way, the 7 deaths were all Christians. It was a Christian church group that were hiking through the Hell's Gate Canyon on the day that the Pope was 7 minutes late for Mass, on the date that identified the location of the birth of the other Antichrist, Barack Obama, because the Antichrists will persecute true Christians through the mark of the Antichrist, which is the thing. And you know what I'm talking about. The thing that you can't talk about. And the prediction being made in this video will prove this. This is the purpose of this prediction. Make no mistake. It is the thing. It is the mark of the Antichrist in its current form. It does not need an additional technology to go with it, or a false form of religious worship to go with it, or a supposed age in which all Christians, quote unquote, will be raptured. In fact, one of the main reasons why most quote-unquote Christians have already taken the mark of the Antichrist is that it is judgment for this particular doctrine. This Nicolaitan doctrine that Jesus said he hates and is coming to make war with the sword of his mouth on those that teach and have the works that are a product of this doctrine. The Nicolaitan doctrine, which I explained in other videos. Make sure, if you are a Christian especially, that you watch the 23 church signs video on this channel, arguably the most important video on this channel. And so I won't elaborate anymore. So we have speaking of the 23 weeks church signs, we have the 23 weeks connection to the safari tours. Now, the helicopter company that operated the helicopter, the tourist helicopter that crashed, killing 7 people, was operated by a company named Safari Tours. And Hell's Gate Canyon and the Kenyan Savannah is known for its safari tours. This identifies Barack Obama, who was born in the Kenyan Savannah, who grew up in Hawaii, and also grew up in Indonesia, which is why on this same day, this other Pacific island prophetic sign, because it was the day of the Indian Ocean eclipse. Now, there was a prophetic Indian Ocean eclipse that only went over Indonesia 2 times 3 days exactly after the inauguration of the 44th president, a pairing of 23 and 44. There's much more to be said about that, but that'll be to go off onto another rabbit hole. Now, it identified Indonesia because it went over only Indonesia. And by the way, the big reason for Indonesia is because of President Suharto, who, after the genocide, one of the worst genocides of the 20th century, a politicide, called back Barack Obama's stepfather from Hawaii, which is why the 44th president grew up in Indonesia for 4 years. By the way, the fact that he grew up on these islands in the sea is alluding to prophecy and Revelation when the beast comes out of the sea. Well, anyway, this eclipse here, though, on December 26th, 2019, went over in an uncanny way all of the countries that were affected by the Indian Ocean tsunami, which was exactly 60 plus 60 plus 60 months earlier, which is at 666, which identifies Barack Obama, who will lead a politicide. There's a reason why Joe Biden gave his prophetic speech, the speech from hell, exactly 36 months after the Hell's Gate Canyon flash flood, the speech from hell from Biden. By the way, I hope I mentioned that 36 hints at 666. It hints at 3 sixes, but also 6 times 6, but also 2 times 18, which is 6 plus 6 plus 6, and a 36th triangular number, which in a triangle of numbers of 36 rows, the last number is 666, and 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 all the way up to 36 equals 666, all right? So the Joe Biden's speech from hell was all about getting the MAGA, getting the political dissidents, which is all hinting at the coming politicide. This is just one of many examples of God's prophetic signs, hinting at, confirming, without a doubt, the coming genocide, politicide of true Christians and conservatives. All right? Now, that's the reason for the Indian Ocean, all pointing to Indonesia. All right. So we have the 23 weeks connection that paired with the 44 days and all that. But in turn, the safari tours, and by the way, hold on. The helicopters in God's signs are pointing to the rotor blades of the helicopters, which are in the shape of an X, which is symbolic of the mark of the Antichrist, which, by the way, changes a person's chromosomes, which is symbolized by the X in God's signs. Okay, you can think of other X's, the eclipses that engendered an X over America, the middle date being the first day that the first American took the thing outside of a trial, the mark of the Antichrist. All right, and X's are all about their midpoint. So the midpoint of the X's, the eclipses that engendered an X, the one in 2017, the one in 2024, the middle date, December 14th, 2020. All right, now, so the rotor blades are symbolic of the X, which is symbolic of the mark of the Antichrist and chromosomes. And I talked about how the coming politicide from the president who grew up in Indonesia, where Suharto conducted one of the worst politicides in history, shortly before Obama grew up there, all right? And that politicide was backed by the CIA, by the way, all right? And so it ties to America. And so anyway, we had the Indonesian eclipse on the day of the X on the helicopter, which means that a big part of the politicide will involve the mark of the Antichrist. Now, I personally think that it's both coercing people to take the mark, but also the people that have received the mark of the Antichrist, the thing, is leading to demonic possession, and they, because of that, will conduct a genocide similar to what happened in Rwanda. That's another, but there'll be other scenarios too. There'll be other scenarios too, I'm sure of it. Like when they come for the guns and stuff like that, and it's going to be, there'll be multiple ways in which this politicide, genocide unfolds, I think. But anyway, that's what we have here, because we have the mark of the Antichrist sign in conjunction with the Indonesia sign. The Indonesia tsunami connects with, the 60 plus 60 plus 60 months exactly to the Indian Ocean eclipse. Oh, and by the way, this eclipse was known for, because it essentially was the Indian Ocean eclipse because it went over the Indian Ocean, but it touched, before going on to the Indian Ocean, Sri Lanka and India, and then went over Indonesia, all, the countries that were affected by the tsunami. And the Indian Ocean eclipse was known for the viral image that media posted, number one story on drudgereport.com, for example. It was the viral image of the devil's horns with the moon covering just enough and then the horizon of the ocean. It engendered these devil's horns. So it's the devil's horns eclipse, and it occurred exactly 60 plus 60 plus 60 months after the Indian Ocean tsunami. All right. Now, the Indian Ocean tsunami killed 220,000 people because it occurred exactly 20 years before the beginning of the Messianic Age. Because 220 symbolizes Jesus from the Bible. Okay, so rock symbolizes Jesus. Jesus said that Peter, his name is Rock. That's what Peter means. Peter denied Jesus and is associated with the rooster. And the rooster, because the rooster symbolizes Peter, in Christianity. And the rooster is number 220 in the Greek concordance. Anyway, God's science confirms all of that. The fact that the number 220 symbolizes rock, which symbolizes Jesus. Anyway, that's why the 220,000 deaths, which symbolizes Jesus, and the second coming, which is exactly 20 years later. In the Bible, 20 years is symbolic of a perfect period, a complete period of waiting. So the big event that affected the world, the Indian Ocean tsunami, was, a big portion of the world. It wasn't, anyway, you get the idea. So now, the Safari Tours sign was in turn, it was exactly 23 weeks after the release of The Lion King, but it was actually also exactly 444 days before the Grammy Awards, in which Beyonce, who's known as Queen Bey, which gives us king symbolism, as in James Earl Jones' king symbolism, won a record 9 Grammys, her 9th Grammy award, for a song from her album The Lion King, because she also starred in the movie The Lion King. And she released an album, The Lion King, and one of her songs won the award. She also won an award for her movie video, Black is King. Okay? This was also the day that the passing king, the all-time leader of passing yardage, announced his retirement. Drew Brees, player number 9. Also, Beyonce's daughter, 9-year-old daughter, won a Grammy Award, being the youngest person to win a Grammy. And God uses records for his signs. So she won a record 9th Grammy. Her daughter, 9-year-old daughter, won a Grammy, youngest, and player number 9 announced his retirement. Drew Brees was the passing king. He was a spokesperson for Smoothie King. He portrayed King Bacchus in the New Orleans Mardi Gras parade. And he was the passing king. And so we have these 9s, but we also have 4s, because Beyonce is known for being obsessed with the number 4. She has an album titled 4. Instead of having wedding rings, her and her husband have tattooed the number 4 with the Roman numeral. Her daughter is named Ivy, who won the 9-year-old that won the Grammy, and that's because Ivy hints at the Roman numeral I and V. And Drew Brees won Super Bowl 44. Okay? So that confirms the 444 days connection, but it also confirms the 44 days connection going after this date of March 14th, 2021. Now, Drew Brees, by the way, the number 9 symbolizes God's judgment, okay? As I mentioned, it's the most important number in God's big picture of signs. And he played for the saints, which hints at judgment, warning for the saints, from the Antichrist. The primary purpose of the Antichrist is to test the faith of quote-unquote Christians. All right, and the 44th president is the Antichrist, which is why Drew Brees of the Saints, player number 9, God pairs 9 and 44, won Super Bowl 44. And his announcement of retiring is a passing away sign. And by the way, prior to March 14th, I expected the death of James Earl Jones. In fact, this was the first date ever. This was the beginning of it all, actually, when I realized that it would be possible to predict the date of the death of James Earl Jones. It was this date right here. And that's because it was 3 months and 14 days. This date, 3/14, was exactly 3 months and 14 days after the death of the actor that portrayed the physical Darth Vader in Star Wars. Now, the reason why this is relevant is because pi, God's mysterious transcendental number that he has baked into his creation, the number pi, is 3.14. Now, the most famous cinematic line in movie history, the most famous line in cinematic history, was when Darth Vader said to Luke Skywalker at the climax of Empire Strikes Back, "I am your father." He said, "I am your father. I am your father." All right, now, that's because in Exodus 3:14, after Moses asked for God to give him his name, God speaking through the burning bush, God replied to Moses, "I am. Tell the people of Israel, I am sent you." Okay? Okay, so the thing is, the Hebrew symbol for I am, the letter het, is the exact same symbol as pi, 3.14, and I am occurs in Exodus 3:14. That's why from these James Earl Jones signs, because Beyonce again starred in The Lion King and she won the Oscar or the Academy, the Grammy for her song from The Lion King, which on the date 3/14 was exactly 3 months and 14 days after the death of the physical Darth Vader, who said in the movie, "I am your father." In other words, God confirmed through this that the Bible is the Word of God. Now, the thing is, I recently discovered this. For many years, I have known and have been looking for. Okay, for many years, I have known that the date that James Earl Jones will die will be a massive prophetic sign, and I have been looking for this for many years, studying, which is why you see the diagram in front of you. This diagram is so important and so profound and so beautiful. It is the product of years of watching the Lord's signs, including the James Earl Jones signs. You are seeing something truly special by looking at this diagram. This is from God. This is divine. Now, also, the thing is, like I was saying, this was the first date that I ever thought I could predict that James Earl Jones would die on a date. And all of the dates that I predicted for James Earl Jones' death, all of them have been correct, but maybe I'm forgetting one, or maybe I just didn't recognize the sign when the date came and went. You know, there might be one, or maybe two. I don't think there's two. Who knows? I don't want to be, I don't want to not be humble here. But anyway, the point is that I've been consistently on the mark with predicting the death of James Earl Jones dates, which end up being steps in the trails of science. Like, for example, this 9/1/2022 date, Joe Biden speech, that was so anticipated in advance. because it was 36 months after the Hell's Gate Canyon flash flood, for example. This date was expected in advance. That's because this date was exactly 40 weeks before Pentecost in 2020, and it was, and that was also because it was the Labor Day, on and on. It coincided with the Conception boat fire and all this. Okay, so this date was known ahead of time, like I mentioned earlier. Let's see. July 13th, 2019 was known ahead of time. Okay. I think the Petroflash flood was known ahead of time too, from what I recall. Or maybe I'm confusing that with the 17th of November in 2018. Anyway, you get the point. And so, anyway, that's why it's astounding to learn of this connection at the very end here, because I only just recently learned about it. And I have been trying to, figure out how the death of the physical Darth Vader, as I knew all along intuitively, the Holy Spirit is very, very clear about this one. It's very simple, easy to discern. The fact that the date of the death of the physical Darth Vader would someday connect profoundly to the death of the voice of Darth Vader, James Earl Jones, and sure enough, it does. It is so amazing and beautiful for me because of all of the time that I've spent on this. It is exactly 188 weeks. God uses this number 188 in his signs frequently in proper context because the 188th word in Strong's Hebrew Concordance is the word woe! It is used in the context in the Bible of extreme judgment from God. And as I have been saying here, as I have known from 2019, the death of James Earl Jones will be a major woe in God's big picture of signs. We can be sure that the chaos will not be too much longer after the death of James Earl Jones. And as I'm saying here, it connects with 39 days after his death at the age of 93 with the solar flare. That's the point here. In other words, this connection is a woe. It's actually hinting at the woe of the solar flare, the lion's roar, the voice of the Lion King, which is why the death of the physical Darth Vader is exactly 188 weeks to the predicted death of James Earl Jones, the voice of the Lion King, and then in turn at the age of 93, and in turn 39 days to the sun flare 93 million miles away from Earth, the lion's roar. Also, Darth Vader's Antichrist symbolism and the rescue, the rapture of God's faithful, will be a rescue from the Antichrist, and it is believed with exceeding amounts of conviction that the date of the rapture will be the same day as the solar flare, the rescue from the Antichrist. The first fruits rapture. There will be two raptures. The second one will be on September 5th, which will be symbolic of the harvest of wheat, for those that know what I'm talking about. But this is the first fruits rapture on August 13th. It will likely be somewhat unnoticed. The power will go out. It won't be an overwhelming number of Christians, quote unquote Christians. It'll be, the first fruits, the ones that have already overcome. Because the purpose of the end times is to produce fruit, and that's produced by the ripening of the fruit, which involves overcoming. Contrary to what the free grace and Calvinist and sovereign grace people will tell you, it is not the result of intellectually agreeing with the proper, correct doctrine. Something that the apostles would be shaking their heads at if they understood what Paul's writings have been twisted into. As Peter warned at the very last warning, beware of those who twist the writings of Paul, as the modern church does. Well, anyway, back to the subject. And again, watch the 23 church signs video. And if what I'm saying to you is off-putting because you have that doctrine, which is highly likely, but you are still watching this video because of the prediction. Please understand, the reason why you are still watching is designed by God so that you would hear this information and finally reconsider your doctrine, which is why you need to watch the 23 church signs video. All right. Now, this is beautiful too, because the day of the announcement of the retirement of the quarterback for the Saints that won Super Bowl 44, by the way, right after the 44th president was inaugurated, I think, I could be wrong actually. It could be that they're the 2009 Saints that won the Super Bowl in 2010. I think that's actually the case. Well, anyway, it's exactly 44 days from the Super Bowl 44 guy and the singer that's obsessed with the number 4 and her daughter Ivy, which is at 4, the 444 days connection here. All right, it's exactly 44 days to this date. April 27th, 2021. This was the day of the news story regarding the interception at the border wall of security, U.S. Customs, of 35 singing birds. These birds were prohibited from being imported. They were smuggled in. They were put inside hair rollers. They were squeezed inside these hair rollers. And there were 35 of them. And they were singing birds. They were brought into the country for the purpose of using them in bird singing contests. There's some sort of subculture in which they have each other's birds compete with each other, and there's money involved, which is the reason for the incentive to illegally try to bring these singing birds from Latin America into the U.S. And they were destined for Queens, New York City. And that's because these birds that are singers that are entered in contests that were headed for Queens occurred 44 days after Queen Bey, her nickname, who starred in The Lion King and won an award as in a contest for her singing. This is amazing. The Lord is so creative. Not only this, though, why the 35? Well, the 35 hints at the singing of God's people on the highway to freedom in Isaiah chapter 35. I'll just get that quote for you. All right, this chapter is beautiful. It's the ransomed shall return. All right, this is the end of the age, the resurrection, rapture. The ransomed shall return to where they belong, the kingdom. All right, now, in the beginning of the chapter, it involves the singing here. The wilderness and dry land shall be glad. The desert shall rejoice and blossom like the crocus. It shall blossom abundantly and rejoice with joy and singing. Now, the later in this chapter speaks of the highway to the kingdom, and that's why we have these I-35 prophetic signs, including the 35th president who was shot as he was entering in his car the on-ramp to the I-35, including the 200-car pileup on the I-35 in Dallas, because Dallas symbolizes the evangelical church, and this is a judgment warning for that. And the car pileup was largely hospital workers on their way in the morning to the shift change, and it was right during the time of the disseminating of the thing. And the thing, what does it do? It clogs up people's passageways, you know what I'm talking about, inside their bodies. All right, that's the symbolism for the pileup and the clogging of the traffic passageway. Okay, we also had the prophetic plane crash. The plane crashed onto the I-35 in Minnesota. The 32nd state, the 32nd prime number is 131. And G131 in the concordance is the word that means blood disease, which is what a person gets after they take the thing. And again, the highways are symbolizing the passageways inside a person's body that are clogged up because of the thing. Anyway, the plane crashed onto it because the Antichrist will come to power again after it is predicted that Kamala Harris will die in a plane crash and replace her. Okay, and anyway, the pilot that piloted this, well, he didn't actually crash. Well, he successfully landed. He crashed, but it was an emergency landing. But he was so skillful because he was a pilot that represented America in international competition, which is making it a symbolic sign for judgment on America. And on and on. So there was these I-35s, which is astounding because of Isaiah chapter 35, and it talks about the highway. All right? So, and a highway shall be there, and it shall be called the way of holiness. The unclean shall not pass over it. It shall belong to those who walk on the way. Even if they are fools, they shall not go astray. That's not, I don't think, the correct translation. It's probably more, if they are fools, they will not be on the highway. But anyway, no lion, speaking of the Lion King, shall be there. Okay, well anyway. And the ransomed of the Lord shall return to come to Zion with singing. Everlasting joy shall be on their heads, upon their heads, and they shall obtain gladness and joy, and sorrow and sighing shall flee away. All right, so that's why from the 35 birds singing sign that were headed for Queens, I just love it. Queen Bey and her singing contest and all that. So 35 days later was this date here, which we already talked about. This was the day of the Lion King, death cake, and the Elvis handwriting on the wall sign, which is exactly 37 months, as we mentioned, to the death of Jimmy Carter, which is pointing to the death of James Earl Jones, as we explained earlier. All right? So we have all of this now explained. Let's go back now to the Manhattan Blackout for a couple more things before finishing off with this amazing information up here. Now, the Manhattan Blackout was predicted in advance. This was a date, and it was exactly 23 weeks after the date 2-3, which was all about the number 23. There were a number of 2-3s embedded in the Super Bowl. That was the day of the Super Bowl, because 2-3 hints at 2 divided by 3 equals 0.666. This day was exactly 2,300 days after the 23rd anniversary of the 1989 World Series earthquake. And on the 23rd anniversary, a huge fireball flew at low altitude over the San Francisco Bay Area. It was a national news story. That was the 23rd anniversary, exactly 2,300 days before the Super Bowl on the date 2-3. And this Super Bowl was billed as the GOAT versus the Ram, because it was Tom Brady, the GOAT, greatest of all time, versus the Rams. And in Bible prophecy in Daniel chapter 8, we have an allegory of a goat versus a ram that involves a period of 2,300 days. That is about the Antichrist, who in prophecy, by the way, comes from the north and the west, and directly, exactly northwest of Jerusalem is Rome. That's not an accident. That's because the first of the two Antichrists is the Pope, and has always been, even since the time of Daniel. It would be a Pope from Rome. All right, now, so that's 23 weeks. The thing is, too, this was the day Super Bowls are known for their commercials. And one of the big commercials was the Amazon commercial starring Harrison Ford, who starred in Star Wars. This day was also the day of a prophetic plane crash, and Harrison Ford is known for his plane crashes. All right, and the plane crash occurred in Yorba Linda, California, where at the time Senator Kamala Harris was representing for California. So she tweeted her condolences to this prophetic plane crash that crashed into a residential home, killing 2 + 3 people that were watching the Super Bowl. And it was in Los Angeles, and Los Angeles was in the Super Bowl. But the plane crash is hinting at the predicted death of Kamala Harris. And Harrison Ford hints at this too because of God using him, because he is known for his aviation mishaps. And his movie acting career filled with him in roles of a pilot. And he is a spokesman for the aviation community because that's his hobby. He, for example, narrated the IMAX documentary Age of Airplanes. So anyway, the Amazon commercial starring Harrison Ford, though, was about a blackout. It was about a major blackout that supposedly, Alexa causes, whatever. It's a big joke in the commercial. And Harrison Ford stars as himself. And one of the scenes, though, in the commercial is how Alexa on the space station causes a blackout for the entire nation. And you can see the blackout from space. And that's quite something, given what we are talking about, which is the lion's roar. James Earl Jones is tied to Harrison Ford because of the movie Star Wars. And the lion's roar in the movie The Lion King is pointing to the coming lion's roar on the surface of the sun. So that's why that connects to all of this. And the Manhattan blackout, 23, and the Manhattan blackout exactly 23 weeks later. Now, 23 weeks in this direction from the Manhattan blackout gets us another Harrison sign. This was the day of the prophetic sign involving Harrison Butker, which hinted at Harrison Ford, exactly 23 plus 23 weeks earlier with the, okay? And, by the way, though, the Manhattan blackout was the day of Harrison Ford's birthday, exactly 23 weeks later. And he was 77 years old. And his Star Wars career, the movies he starred in Star Wars, spanned 42 years. Harrison Ford's 77th birthday was exactly 42 years after the release of the movie Star Wars in 77. But it was actually exactly 42 years after the New York City blackout, which, as I explained, connects to the movie Star Wars. It's amazing. So again, Harrison Ford was 77 years old on this day, and his career for Star Wars spans 42 years, and it was exactly 42 years after the movie Star Wars was released in 77. He was also born in Chicago, because we were speaking about his birth, 77th anniversary of his birth. He was born in Chicago. The number 42 is associated with the Antichrist, as I explained. The period of the Antichrist in Bible prophecy. We have a 42 years connection. And Barack Obama, the Antichrist, is from Chicago. But also, the slaughter, which is the number 42, was what symbolizes in the Bible, will be a result of the coming solar flare that will knock out the power grid. That will be a part of it. It will lead to the slaughter. Now, okay. Now, what was the Harrison Butker sign? He plays for the Kansas City Chiefs, and he was playing in Chicago. And the sign occurred with his kick, with the score at 23 points in Chicago. He kicked a double doink. He was attempting to kick a field goal, and the ball hit both of the uprights before bouncing back onto the field and being unsuccessful. This was exactly 50 weeks after the first double doink, the prophetic double doink in the playoff game in Chicago, and on and on. I won't go any further than that, except to say that the number 50 symbolizes the church because of Pentecost, which means 50th day, but also Pentecost literally means 50, also is known as the Feast of Weeks, and so that's why the 50 weeks connections. The double doink signs have been symbolism for the double presidency, the double doink, the return of Barack Obama, who's from Chicago, which is why both of these double doinks occurred in Chicago. With the score at 23 in the 23 weeks, because Barack Obama, the basketball president, wore 23, as did Michael Jordan, the GOAT, as in GOAT Antichrist, who played in Chicago, wear jersey number 23, and on and on. And by the way, Michael Jordan, his career in between the two sets of 3 NBA championships, which is a hint at 23, had a hiatus of 1 year, just like Barack Obama will have a hiatus. And the only president to serve non-consecutive terms skipped the 23rd presidency which was the presidency of Harrison. Harrison Ford hints at Benjamin Harrison, the only presidency that was skipped in a non-consecutive presidency. And Ford hints at Gerald Ford, who was the only president never to have been elected vice president or president, which is why the plane crashed in Yorba Linda, the home of the Richard Nixon Library, who appointed Gerald Ford. That's why Harrison Ford in God signs. Okay? Now, and so that's amazing because, Harrison Ford signs here, 23 weeks, his birthday, and then another 23 weeks, Harrison Butker, double doink, Chicago. Harrison Ford, born in Chicago. Okay. Both of these 2 times 23 weeks connections hint at the number 223, 2 times 23. The number 223 is the 48th prime number, and Barack Obama is predicted to become the 48th president after Michelle Obama becomes the 47th president after replacing Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. All right, now, moving on, we have this. From the Manhattan Blackout, it is exactly 6 + 6 + 6 days to this prophetic sign, which was a Star Wars sign. This was the day of the plane crash, speaking of plane crashes, of the Navy jet. I think it was the Navy, but it was a fighter jet that on its training mission flew into what is known as Star Wars Canyon. The real name is Rainbow Canyon, and Barack Obama is the Rainbow President who lit up the White House in rainbow colors on the day that the Supreme Court announced that gay marriage was legal. But the Star Wars Canyon is known for this because the fighter jets fly into the canyon and maneuver between the canyon walls. Aviation enthusiasts have this location as the mecca of aviation enthusiasm watching, whatever you want to, however that's called. But what they do is they sit up on the top of the edge of the canyon, and they actually can look down into the cockpit of the pilots as they fly through the canyon. The reason why it's called or nicknamed Star Wars Canyon is because this resembles the climax of the movie Star Wars, when the rebel fighters fly their fighter jets into the canyon walls, in between the canyon walls of the Death Star, before they release the, whatever it is, the proton torpedo or whatever it's called, into the Death Star that ends up exploding the Death Star, which, as I mentioned earlier, is symbolism for the explosion on the coming sun, coming explosion on the sun. The explosion on the planet-like Death Star in space is symbolism for the explosion that's coming from the sun in space. It's amazing. That's why the Star Wars Canyon prophetic sign. Now, again, like I mentioned, you can drill into these signs and come up with all kinds of more details, and there is a lot. For example, July 31st, the date of the sign, was one of these prophetic signs that were in a trail of prophetic signs spaced 9 days apart, beginning with Pentecost, which symbolizes the church, and ending with the prolific, massive roof fire of the historic evangelical church in Philadelphia. God is using these church roof fires to symbolize the church, because the church age began with fire and tongues coming down on the disciples in the upper room. Philadelphia is the only church that Jesus said would be spared the coming tribulation. Part of this trail of 9 signs spaced at 9-day intervals, that climaxed with the church sign, was the revelation of Barack Obama being symbolized by the number 23 because of the auction of his jersey number 23 that he wore in high school. That was when I first learned that the number 23 is symbolic of Obama. That's why these signs occurred. God was, what God was doing all of this time by developing these years of signs was teaching me along the way, through the second and third witnesses confirming things, what was what, knowing how the puzzle works. And the puzzle works on pairing 23 and 9 together, which is why the 9-day intervals also, signs at 9-day intervals also revealed the number 23. Well, anyway, so from July 31st, 2019, this date here was known in advance because I knew of this connection, and the reason why I knew this is because Star Wars, in which the Death Star explodes, is actually titled Episode 4. George Lucas titled it Episode 4. From what I understand, he all along intended to make 3 prequels. Okay, so the first Star Wars is actually Episode 4. And that's one reason for one confirmation for this exact 444 days to this date here. Now, there were other connections, like I say, God, the big signs it's an infinite web, okay? And so I knew this date ahead of time for other reasons as well that confirmed second witnesses to the fact that this was a 444 days connection from Star Wars Episode 4 sign. All right, but I knew this day in advance, and the other signs that I knew, or the other connections, made me believe that this would be the day that the explosion would happen in New York City. All right? And one of the reasons for knowing this ahead of time, this date, were the signs connected to Harrison Ford, including this one to the Star Wars Canyon, but there are others. So I knew that this would be a date for an explosion. I thought it would be the date of the explosion in New York City, but it ended up being a step in the trail, just like all of these steps in the trail of signs leading to the death of James Earl Jones. And before the date comes, it's often not possible to know ahead of time whether it will be the date or not of the end of the trail, in this case, the death of James Earl Jones or the dirty bombs in Manhattan. But I knew that there would be an explosion here. And this was the day, and I knew because of the Harrison Ford connections, because of Star Wars and the other Harrison Ford connections. So that's why it was astounding on this day that there was a national news story about an explosion in Harrisonburg, Virginia. Now, it was an explosion at the finish line of a marathon. And there were there were 3 people injured, and they were students from James Madison University, the author of the Constitution. Okay, you get what I'm saying here, the unconstitutional president, right? Now, the 3 injured at the finish line of the marathon when the bomb exploded, it wasn't a bomb. This wasn't a terrorism or anything. This was an accident. What happened was the nearby strip plaza had a gas leak or something. Well, not or something, that's what happened. And that caused the explosion, which was near the finish line of the marathon, in which 3 people were injured. This was exactly 90 months, number 9 symbolizes God's judgment, after the explosion in West Texas. Okay, and that was the date 4/17 in 2013. The middle date between the explosion at the finish line of the Boston Marathon that killed 3 people and the climax of the manhunt on the 19th. All right? So that's why God needed to establish an explosion on the 17th, which was the extremely massive explosion, if you know what I'm talking about, in West Texas, the chemical fertilizer plant. Now, I forget all the details, but the point is that the Boston Marathon explosion was extremely prophetic and was a judgment for America, judgment warning. But the thing is that it killed 3 people, and it connects, and it was at the finish line of the marathon, and it connects to the finish line of the marathon that injured 3 people at the Harrisonburg explosion on October 17th, 2020. All right, now, the other connections to this date are explained in other videos. The older which are still as equally must-watch as any other video, doesn't matter how old the video is, that talk about the prediction for the dirty bomb explosions in Manhattan. Okay? Now, this 444 days connection is followed by exactly 40 months to this explosion on the sun. Okay, so we got Manhattan blackout, which was an explosion, by the way, of a transformer. It was an explosion sign, by the way. And by the way, the New York City blackout was, the reason why that happened is because of a coincidence of both the main transformers that lead to the power coming into New York City were taken down by lightning. It was one thing for the lightning to get one of them, but they got both of them. Both of them were taken out. Lightning symbolizes the Antichrist, as does the number 42. I forgot to mention all that. More confirmation that this is an Antichrist sign. 4 times 4 weeks after the bridge. Anyway, 44th president, you get the idea. Now, so back to the explosion on the sun here on February 17th, exactly 40 months after the explosion in Harrisonburg. This was a prophetic sign because it was a rare solar flare. This was a date that was expected in advance to be a James Earl Jones date. Okay, and again, James Earl Jones' symbolism for the coming solar flare, the lion's roar. What made this unusual was its height. And it was on the South Pole. Solar flares occur on the equator of the sun, and extremely rarely do they occur at the pole. And when it happens, it's at the solar maximum, which is what we're heading towards right now, which will be why the catastrophic solar flare will happen soon. So it reached 200,000 kilometers above the surface of the sun, which was an extremely high height. One reason why this date was known ahead of time is because it was exactly 1,117 months after the birth of James Earl Jones, who is lion's roar solar flare symbolism. The reason why 1,117 is important and relevant, and why I knew February 17th ahead of time, is because God uses this number to point to the 1,117th word in Strong's Hebrew Concordance, which is the word Bama, proper noun, capital B, which means high place. And that's why the solar flare hit the high place in the South Pole. You could see it through the telescopes how high it went. If it happened at the equator, we might not have been able to see it unless it went out at a 90-degree angle or whatever, you know what I mean? So, Bama means high place. This is because Jesus in Luke 10:18 said he saw Satan falling like lightning from heaven. Barack Obama in Hebrew means lightning from heaven. Barak means lightning. Bama means high place, which in the Bible is a metaphor for heaven. For example, it says Lucifer fell from the high place. O, in the language Jesus would have spoken, Aramaic, is the word that means from. And so Barack Obama means lightning from heaven. Either Jesus didn't know what he was saying when he said this, or he knew that there would be a famous president named Barack Obama and said this anyway, knowing that it would confuse us. Or he was revealing the identity of the Antichrist. Obviously, the latter option is the only one that makes any sense. Despite what the Gnostic Nicolaitans say regarding their interpretation of 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, which says it's not possible to know the identity of the Antichrist because it's rooted in their heretic doctrine of sovereign grace, which is why they interpret what Paul was talking about as the Holy Spirit. But I've explained that way too many times to explain it again. But also, watch I don't know if that's going to be in the 23 church science video, but anyway. So that's the thing. So it was the solar flare was known for its height, and it was in the South Pole. And there's even more prophetic significance of it being in the South Pole because it hints at the Shackleton's endurance disaster at the South Pole, but that's also explained in other videos, okay? Now, 40 months is also 5 times 8 months, and again, I mentioned how James Earl Jones' king symbolism, and it hints at the 5th and 8th king that points to the prophecy that identifies the Antichrist in Revelation chapter 17, okay? All right, now, this date in turn connects to the date that is predicted that James Earl Jones will die. Okay, it was a step, it was anticipated in advance. It was thought it might be the day that James Earl Jones would die because of what God was pointing, but it ended up being a step 139 days before the date it is predicted that James Earl Jones will die. And that's because 139 is the 34th prime number. And I explained earlier how the number 34 hints at 2 times 17. And the flood that began on the 17th day of the second month. And that's relevant here too because this connection begins on the date 217. Which is another reason why I thought James Earl Jones might die on this date, is because it would be theoretically a date symbolically pointing to the coming flare from the sun, because Peter said the coming judgment would be symbolized by fire instead of water, and the date 217 symbolizes the flood. All right, and it also symbolizes 9/11, as I explained. The 2 planes struck the 2 towers 17 minutes apart. So it'll be a major warning for America when James Earl Jones will die on July 5th, and that's why it connects to this solar flare sign. This solar flare sign, by the way, was 4 plus 4 days after the Noah flare, which further confirms this connection. The Noah flare, which was an X-class flare that originated from sunspot 3575, and the 3575 number in Strong's Hebrew Concordance is the word Noah. Now, this South Pole high place solar flare is 19 weeks and 1 day, another 9/11 symbolism to the date it is predicted that the solar flare will erupt and knock out America's power grid. Okay, 134 is, it's 134, this is 100, all right, I made an error here. This connection here actually is supposed to connect to the day that Jimmy Carter's predicted to die. All right. Well, let's finish this diagram off. There's amazing information yet to come here, though. Oh, you know what? I should have mentioned this one earlier, because the Hell's Gate Canyon Flash Flood sign and the Simba Cam sign, these Lion King signs that were 44 days after the release of the movie The Lion King, 44th president, of course, were also exactly 44 weeks. And also, by the way, 4 times 40 years after the Carrington event was exactly 44 weeks after the Lion Air crash, which crashed into the ocean, making it a flood. And and Lion Air is an Indonesia airline, making it relevant to the connections involving Barack Obama and Indonesia that I mentioned earlier. Again, Barack Obama was born in the Kenyan savannah. He's Mr. World, right? This is designed by God. Even when he went to Ireland, he was treated as if he was Irish and visited the home of his great-grandfather and stuff like this, right? And there's prophetic signs on his Irish visit too. His limo got stuck. It drove over a hump and got stuck. And anyway, so he's like Mr. World. But anyway, back to what I was saying about him being from Indonesia. The Lion Air crash is an Indonesian airline, and it's named Lion Air. And it was 44 weeks exactly to the Lion Air sign. Now, this was one of the Boeing 737 crashes. And I forget how, I can't remember everything, but God's using Boeing and the Boeing airplane door that fell out on Portland to hint at the door and portal that the demons will be soon crossing through, as it described in Revelation chapter 9, and pretending to be aliens, etc. All right, so now this Lion King sign here on September 1st, 2019 was also exactly 4 plus 4 months. So what do we have now? We have like 1, 2, 3, 4 instances of 44 symbolism from, leading to this date. All right. So it was 4 plus 4 days, exactly 4 plus 4 months after this date, which also hints at 9/11, the date 1/1, January 1st, 2019, New Year's Day. Now I'm getting into some stuff that is personally dear to me, because we're getting close to the beginning of the watching here, the beginning of putting together God's big picture of signs, starting the initial era of realizing that it's a big picture of signs that needs to be connected in order to understand the full intended meaning of God's prophetic signs, because none of them can be properly and fully understood without their connections and context within the big picture of signs. This was a classic example. These signs that occurred that stem from the early 2018. Now, this January 1st date was the day of the Rose Bowl parade. God is very diplomatic with his signs. He's provided them in all kinds of ways, in every aspect you could think of culture, so that everyone, if you will, has the opportunity, I suppose you could say. From obscure things like Irish dancing, I just mentioned that the other day, this morning to someone, I was talking to someone about all of the coincidence of all of the sports cheating scandals that occurred in the 1 week period of late September, early October of 2022, that coincided with the Aaron Judge tying the record of Roger Maris home run record in a season, which pointed to the biggest cheating scandal of history, because the big question is, who does have the home run record, Roger Maris or Mark McGwire, because of the cheating of taking the things, symbolic of taking the thing. Because how do they cheat? With steroids. But how are steroids get into people? They use a thing to put it in them. And all this was symbolic of the Antichrist cheating, how the shoplifted referendum, and the things. Right? And let's see. All right. I accidentally stopped recording, and I don't know where I was. Let me just go through that again. You had the cheating scandals, all right, all occur within the same 7 to 10 day period. And it coincided with the issue of cheating brought up by Aaron Judge, player number 99 for the Yankees, who beat player number 9, Roger Maris's home run record, or tied it and beat it in this period. Okay? And the number 9 symbolizes God's judgment in his signs. Roger Maris hit 61 home runs in the year 1961, the year that the Antichrist was born. And 61 is the 18th prime number, which hints at 6 plus 6 plus 6. Now, the first of the cheating scandals, Aaron Judge tied Roger Maris's home run record on the 28th of September, 2022, which was the day of Hurricane Ian in the 27th state, 9 plus 9 plus 9. And there's more to that. He was playing the team from Florida and on and on. Okay, but then on 2 days earlier, on the 26th, was the Feast of Trumpets, all right? Because God is using President Trump to trumpet and highlight his prophetic signs. And on the Feast of Trumpets, the astronomy sign of the day was how Jupiter came its closest to Earth in 59 years. Jupiter is symbolic in God's signs for the church and for Jesus. Okay, and that was the day of the first of the major cheating scandals that broke. The fishing tournament one is a major one too, and so is the poker one and then the other ones. But also the first one was the major chess cheating scandal. All right, it was a major story even in the mainstream news. It was covered in. It was out there if you didn't hear about it. Okay, so we have this cheating sign and this period of cheating, and again, as I was saying, the reason for all of pointing to having these cheating scandals coincide with Aaron Judge pointing to the cheating scandal, the biggest cheating scandal in history, which was when the steroids were taken in the Home Run Derby in 1998 with the competition between Mark McGwire and Sammy Sosa. them competing to beat Roger Maris's home run record. So the big question is, when Aaron Judge ties Roger Maris's home run record, is he now the home run king or isn't he? Because of the record being broken in 1998 by McGuire and Sosa, which was later to be proven to have been the result of taking steroids. Okay? But how did they take the steroids? Well, steroids are taken when you put the thing into you, right? It's used with a thing. It's symbolic, in other words, of the mark of the Antichrist, which is the thing, right? And also, they were cheaters, and that hints at how the Antichrist will become the president again, through the shoplifted referendum. Okay? Now, the most iconic moment in this, one of the most iconic moments in baseball history, was when the two players both hit their 48th home run in the season in the same game when their two teams were playing each other. It's amazing. That's because the Antichrist is the 48th president. But the iconic moment is when Sammy Sosa hit a single base hit and ended up on first base, which is the position that Mark McGuire plays. So the iconic image of this whole summer of the home run derby was from behind the two players when they're standing next to each other, talking to each other while Sammy Sosa is at home base. And by the way, Sammy Sosa plays for Chicago, which hints at Barack Obama. But they're both standing next to each other talking, and from the image from behind with the iconic photo, you can see their jersey numbers, big prominent jersey numbers facing the camera. And it's jersey number 21 and 25. And that's because it hints at the Antichrist, the basketball president from Chicago, who wore jersey number 23 in high school. Okay? Now, Aaron Judge, who wears number 9 moment when he tied Roger Maris's home run record, who also wore number 9, both played for the Yankees. It was 2 days after the cheating scandals broke, the first one of the series of cheating scandals, which the mainstream media commented on. Like, there were so many in a row that it caused even the mainstream media to go, wait a second, what a coincidence. We've got all these cheating scandals happening at the same time. Again, there was the fishing one, the chess cheating, the poker cheating, and, the home run derby was pointed to of 1998, and also even others, like Irish dancing line cheating and all, Irish line dancing cheating and on and on. So it was a big deal, and it was a coincidence that even the media commented on. What's with this coincidence, right? So the first of the coincidences, the first of the cheating scandals came on the 26th, 2 days before Aaron Judge tied the record. The 26th was the day of the Feast of Trumpets, and it was the day of the approach of Jupiter, closest in 59 years. All right? And that's amazing because that cheating scandal was exactly 99 weeks, as in player number 99 and the number symbolizing God's judgment. The 59 years Jupiter sign was exactly 99 weeks after the shoplifted 59th referendum. It was the 59th referendum for presidents, okay? And they're spaced exactly 99 weeks apart. In other words, God was using all of the cheating scandals to point to the shoplifted referendum. Not only that, though, the shoplifted referendum was exactly 999 weeks after 9/11 in 2001. The big warning of God's judgment. So the 9/11 was 999 weeks before the shoplifted 59th referendum, which was in turn exactly 99 weeks to the cheating scandals and the approach of Venus in 59 years on Trumpets, from whom the referendum was shoplifted. All right, now, you know what? I totally forget why I went into all of that. I hope you don't mind. I hope you found that interesting. I'm sure there was a reason. And anyway, it must have been the Holy Spirit, because who knows if everyone will go back into the older videos like I'm recommending and find that information, like other information that you need to know, which is why I say when the prediction comes to pass, you should watch every minute of every video. But anyway, what we were talking about is how these Lion King signs and the flash flood and the Simba Cam were exactly 4 + 4 months after the Rose Bowl parade. Now, the sign in the Rose Bowl parade was a fire sign. The second to last float was the float commemorating the 150th anniversary of the Transcontinental Railroad, which is in itself prophetic. And even the actual date of the 150th was a prophetic date in God's signs. That's another story. It's symbolism for America, God's hand on the history of America. But also, the sign itself was a depiction of the two locomotives that came together at the, what do they call it? The Golden Spike, when the two railroads came together in Utah for the ceremony, the Golden Spike ceremony, right? Later, just a few months later, was the actual 150th. So the float commemorated it. The float, one of the locomotives, is the locomotive 119. When the float caught on fire, it was attempted to reverse the float, but then it couldn't be reversed anymore. But it reversed about 10, 20 feet, and then couldn't be reversed anymore. And that hinted at 119 in reverse, which is 9/11. And again, it occurred on this date that hinted at 9/11, the 1/1/2019. And again, it connects with 4 + 4 months to this date that hints at 9/11 too. And in the Simba Cam, it was player number 2 and 22, which hinted at George Washington. And through the 9/11 events, God pointed to George Washington. All right? Now, the float was the second last float. And the last float was the float that represented the governmental department. I think it's 811. It's the one that you call before you dig. In California, I don't know if it's everywhere, but in California, you call this number 811 before you want to dig in your property to make sure that there's no power lines, in case you accidentally hit a power line and knock out the power. It was a power outage sign. And it hinted at 9/11, the warning of judgment. It's amazing. It's amazing. It's amazing. It's amazing. Now, the other locomotive in the historic moment that connected the two rail lines, was the famous Jupiter locomotive. Speaking of Jupiter, wow, because we were just talking about Jupiter, and that's purely a coincidence. But Jupiter is symbolic, like I mentioned, of the body of Christ. And Jesus in the book of Revelation says he is the planet Venus, or he's symbolized by the planet Venus. And that's why in God's signs, these close conjunctions between Jupiter and Venus have been prophetic signs alluding to the rapture. And the rapture is symbolized by fire, which is why the rapture, the first fruits rapture, will occur on the day of the solar flare from the sun. The church age began with fire and tongues of fire coming down on the disciples in the upper room. And then the second coming, the resurrection rapture, will be likewise symbolized by fire. And so we have this float that caught on fire that's a conjunction sign, because the locomotives came together in a conjunction, just like Jupiter and Venus come together in prophetic signs in the night sky that are symbolic of the Lord Jesus Christ and his church coming together. That's why this locomotive coming together sign. Like on the float, the two locomotives are facing each other like they would have been when they came together for the golden spike. All right? Okay. Now, the thing is too, on this day we had a prophetic sign in the sky, because it was observed on the surface of the sun, an uncanny image, and I'll have to stop because I think I still have the image, of a fetus. A woman, a fetus in a uterus, a baby in the woman's uterus, a baby in the womb, is depicted on the sun on this day, making it judgment warning for America for its abortions, the murder of unborn babies. And there's other connections to confirm this. I'm just forgetting them right now. I'm pretty sure. Well, anyway, that ties to the fire sign, though. But again, the fire sign, and again, you can drill into this. I'm even forgetting some of it, like the first song that was played when the broadcast opened and all this. Like I'm saying, all of these signs can be drilled in, and I can't even remember all of the details. But again, the last float was held up. It was blocked by the second last float when it got stalled due to the fire, which was the way that God pointed to the second last float, which was the float talking about power outages as a result of fire, because the float in front of it was a fire, and the one behind it is the power outage float, and the sun, fire, is predicted to knock out the power grid. And it connects. Exactly 66 months later is the predicted death of Jimmy Carter, which connects to the predicted death of James Earl Jones, which connects to the solar flare that will knock out the power grid. 66 months being prophetic because it hints at the Antichrist. It is also 22 times 3, which hints at 223, the 48th prime number, which also identifies the Antichrist, the 48th president. All right, well, who was the 44th president, which is the reason for this connection. This is a 9/11 sign, the date 9/11, right, as I was explaining. And it is exactly 29 months, as I mentioned, 29 hints at 9/11. To this date again, we've talked about this date before. This is the date of the Lion King death cake and the Elvis handwriting on the wall sign. All right. So, going back now, this is amazing. This is a train sign, right? 220 days exactly earlier, we had a train sign. And what am I talking about? Well, before I move on, I'm just going to try to find an image for that baby in the sun. All right, so you can see here, we have this image of clearly a baby in the womb. It's even in the correct position, right? Because babies in the womb are upside down like this. So, I forgot to explain, though, the reason why we can confirm this, because again, God's signs works on the principle of second and third witnesses, is that the Jupiter-Venus conjunction signs have been depicting the rapture. And the rapture in Bible prophecy is an allegory of a birth is used in Revelation chapter 12. The woman gives birth, and that is the rapture sign. The sign that's described in the first verses of Revelation chapter 12 is the rapture sign, and it is about a birth. This sign was fulfilled in the night sky in September of 2017 when the constellation Virgo gave birth after Jupiter had done a retrograde motion in its womb for 9 months. That's one of the most important prophetic signs of all, and it is explained in one of the first videos I ever made. Part 5 of the video series titled The Most Astounding Information Ever. I hope to get a chance to repost those videos. They were made way back in 2017, so I don't sound the way that I do these days. I was just learning how to make videos, but it was a pretty good explanation, a pretty adequate explanation for the sign. But anyway, the point is why I mentioned that is you really should watch the video series, the first 5 videos I ever made. But anyway, what confirms this is that this sun and the sign in context, because like I said, the full intended meaning of God's prophetic signs cannot be properly understood without their connections and context with the other prophetic signs. And this sign confirms the fact that what we're talking about is true because it occurred on the day of the Jupiter-Venus float sign, the train sign, which is a conjunction sign involving Jupiter, the locomotive named Jupiter. And that's hinting at the rapture signs of the Jupiter-Venus conjunctions, which hints at this birth that's used in Bible prophecy to depict the rapture. So it's all about a birth, in other words. The Jupiter, the float, the fire in the Rose Bowl parade was actually hinting at a birth. And that's why we have on that day the sun and the sign involving the baby and birth. All right, so from this day, we have this 220 days connection. Now, I mentioned earlier that the number 220 is symbolic of rock, which symbolizes Jesus. I explained that. All right, that's why on this day, we had a rock sign. It was amazing. Now, this date, I wasn't anticipating this ahead of time. This 220 days connection was discovered after. And it was amazing because learning of this 220 days connection is because we had a rock sign, which is already learned. In other words, the rock sign was learned before the 220 days connection. But this rock sign was Chimney Rock State Park in North Carolina, right at the path of totality of the Great American Eclipse, making it a confirmation that it is a prophetic sign. But what happened was the following. So this date, May 27th, 2018, was the Pentecost in the calendar that watches for new moons. So you need to watch the calendar for the first sliver of the moon to be able to calculate when Pentecost is. Sometimes it's not going to end up on the same day as the observed calendar Pentecost. Actually, most of the time. Well, anyway. So this was the true Pentecost, and the signs confirmed it. And I remember at this time having debates with other Christians about this, whether or not this was the true Pentecost. But I didn't recognize these signs because I was a novice at looking for signs and even caring about what happened even. I was like, well, next at that time. But it was literally exactly a year later. I think it was the exact date. And that was a coincidence. I have no idea why it was the exact date, but the exact date later, May 27th, 2019, is when all of this knowledge came regarding what happened exactly a year earlier. And so what happened was all of these signs confirmed all of the analysis, because what I was saying was that God was demonstrating a uncanny parallel with the timing of events in the book of Joshua with the prophetic signs that climaxed with the day that the walls collapsed on Pentecost. And now we know from God's signs that, in fact, yes, the walls of security collapsed on Jericho on Pentecost. So, but that's neither here nor there regarding this. God was demonstrating a parallel of signs that climaxed on Pentecost. And we had these signs to confirm it, as I'll explain. But one of the signs was this Chimney Rock sign. And what happened was the retaining wall in the Chimney Rock State Park, which is known for this column of rock. It's really a rock sign, right? And rock symbolizes Jesus, and in the Bible. And so what happened though was the retaining wall collapsed in the upper parking lot Okay, there's more than one parking lot. The retaining wall collapsed in the upper parking lot, shutting down Chimney Park State Park for the weekend during this Memorial Day weekend. Well, that's astounding because the church age began in the upper room. So we have the upper parking lot, right? And this trail of signs, with the timing of events, parallel with the timing of events in the book of Joshua, is about the walls collapsing, okay? And this is Pentecost. Pentecost is when the disciples were in the upper room. So we had the collapse of the retaining wall. Okay, because again, in the book of Joshua, the walls of security collapse in God's judgment. Now, and Joshua led the Israelites around the walls of security, and he died at the age of 110. 220 is 2 times 110. There were 2 110 stories on 9/11 that collapsed, which hints at the second coming. The Israelites crossed into the promised land on the date 110, which hints at 110, and Jesus' first triumphal entry into Jerusalem was on the date 110. So the second triumphal entry, if you will be 2 times 110. Well, anyway, so that the 220 symbolizes rock, because again, the 220th word in Greek's concordance is rooster, which is symbolic of Peter, and Peter literally means rock in Greek. Okay? Now, and there's more to 220. I'm just, can't do everything here. And by the way, I made an amazing video back in 2018 explaining all of this, which must be watched. I think it's, I still believe that video is really special. So it's called Is the Book of Revelation the Key to Understanding? Is the Book of Joshua the key to understanding the Book of Revelation? And the answer is yes. There are many parallels between the Book of Joshua and the Book of Revelation, and the Book of Revelation can't be properly understood without the parallels, which is why God established this trail of signs that coincided with the timing of events in the Book of Joshua that climaxed with Pentecost. All right? And so anyway, the chimney rock sign confirms the 200 days connection, but there's more, because we also had a train sign. This was the day of the once in 1,000 years epic flash flood in downtown historic Ellicottville near Washington, D.C. And this is, you really, in the video I have the images of this flood and all that. It's really something to even look at. And there's, like I say, when I speak of drilling into the details of the signs, there's nothing like the amazing details within what happened on May 27th, 2018, which is explained in Is the Book of Joshua the Key to Understanding Revelation video. So we had the historic flood in downtown Ellicottville that completely destroyed it. Like, I don't know about completely. I mean, I'm sure they came back. But the thing is, that once in 1,000 years flood, there's 2 things. I just remembered the other thing. It occurred 666 days exactly after the other once in 1,000 years epic flood in downtown Ellicottville that completely destroyed the downtown. Okay? And the residents were there after that one questioning whether it's worth it to rebuild. But they did. And then another one came, and then it really, it must have just been devastating to the residents there. Now what do we do? Probably a lot of them didn't rebuild. But anyway, Ellicottville is known for the oldest train station in the U.S. In the historic downtown Ellicottville is the historic oldest train station in the U.S. And this connects with the profound number of days to the Rose Bowl Parade train historic 150th anniversary train float. It's just so amazing, right? I already established the relevance of 220 days because of the rock connections. But then I just established the connection using the trains and history which hints at American history and God communicating that America has been his Gentile nation on which he has had his hand. But the judgment will be commensurate with the amount of light it received, which is why it is being destroyed. Just like how God was harsh and destroyed ancient Israel. The Jews were his people, yet he destroyed Israel and turned to the Gentiles, which culminated in America, the times of the Gentiles. The times of the Gentiles, as it says in the Bible, will end with the destruction of America. All right? Okay, now, more confirmation of this was the big signs in the Indy 500 on this day. The Indy 500 was on Memorial Day, and so they had a 21-gun salute. Well, they had 7 guns that fired 3 times, making it a 21, which gave this a 3 sets of 7. And guess what? In the book of Joshua, they enacted a 3 sets of 7 before the walls of security collapsed. They marched around the walls of security once per day for 7 days, and then on the 7th day, they marched around 7 times while blowing 7 trumpets. Oh, the other thing that I wanted to mention, a good thing I remembered. The storm, the once in 1,000 years storm, is said to have been the result of what they call in meteorology storm training. It was a trained storm. This is a term in meteorology, storm training, which is when these thunderstorms line up one after another in a row like a train, which is why it was able to dump such an excessive amount of rain into this area that its geography, its topography funnels all of the rain down the downtown street of Ellicottville, which is why you have such a huge disaster. But it's not supposed to happen because storms aren't supposed to train. So, but Ellicottville is known for having the oldest train station in America, and downtown Ellicottville was devastated due to train storms. And then it connects 220 days to the Rose Bowl Parade historic train float. All right. Now, the Indy 500, as I was getting at, had a 3 sets of 7, which also makes this tie to the book of Joshua. But not only that, the Indy 500 car racetrack is known for its wall. Its nickname is the Brickyard, because the finish line used to be a brickyard, and the track used to be bricks, which is why the finish line of the Indy 500 is still bricks. That's why the racers will often take their photos where that strip of bricks is for the racetrack. It's wall symbolism. Now, another thing about this Indy 500 is that it was the last race, the career-ending race for the famous racer Danica Patrick, who, by the way, has gone on to start a popular New Age spirituality channel and is leading many people astray. That's perfect because of what I'm about to explain. She was known, she was popular, she was famous, not because she had won a bunch of races, and not really because she was a female. She was famous for selling her sexuality. She even said so, she knows it. She said something like, you got to use what you have. You might as well use it, So she, posed for I think she posed for Playboy. I could be wrong, but she was also the spokesperson for GoDaddy.com. But in the commercials, she's sexual, right? So she's this image that the nerdy programmers would be attracted to, was the idea here. So And so she sold her sexuality. In other words, she was the harlot. She was the prostitute. Well, in the story of Jericho, in the book of Joshua, a main part of the story is the harlot, the prostitute Rahab, who protected the Jewish spies inside Jericho, and then, because of which, was rescued. She, in this prophetic type of the story, represents the Gentile church and her repenting and becoming grafted into the olive tree of Israel, right? So she was rescued. How? Through the way in which she helped the Jews escape Jericho by letting a scarlet cord down the side of the wall of the city. The scarlet, hinting at the scarlet in the book of Revelation. Like I'm saying, there's these parallels between Joshua and Revelation. And there is the prostitute that rides the beast in Revelation as well. So she led the Jews out through the wall. Her dwelling quarters was next to the wall. And she was rescued from the wall. I think from what I recall, archaeology has it that there's a portion of the Jericho wall that didn't collapse. And it's theorized that this would have been where Rahab was. Okay? So, she, in the story, is saved and she joins the Jews. Okay? And Danica Patrick's, the harlot, the prostitute's career ended when she drove her race car and crashed into the wall. And this was at the end of the parallel of signs with the timing of the book of events in the book of Joshua, in which the walls of security, in which climaxed with the walls of security collapsing. So she crashed into the wall, and that ended the harlot's career. Okay, so we've explained May 27th, I think, now. Indy 500, the 500th word in the Greek concordance is the word Antichrist, used 5 times. All right. Oh, and after the 21-gun salute, the bugle horn played taps. The iconic military song, Bugle, with the bugle, which is a trumpet. And the Hebrews, the Israelites, blew trumpets and then one long last trumpet blast before the walls of security collapsed, which is why there was the taps played on the trumpet at this Indy 500 before Danica Patrick crashed into the wall. And the trumpet came after the 3 sets of 7, just like the trumpet in the book of Joshua. The last trumpet blast was blown after the 3 sets of 7. It's so amazing. Now, when asked for the signs of his return to look for by his disciples, Jesus replied with the metaphor of birth pains and earthquake signs. Okay? This leads to the birth sign like I was mentioning over here, but also earthquake signs, which is why God uses 40 weeks connections, because according to the medical profession, the average human gestation period is 40 weeks. So that's why God uses 40 weeks connections, especially in context of earthquake signs. Exactly 40 weeks prior to this extremely prophetic date that I've just described, all right, was the Great American Eclipse, an extremely prophetic sign. I won't explain it because what we need to focus on here is earthquake symbolism, because I could talk to you an hour about the Great American Eclipse, of course. But what's important here is earthquake, which is why the 40 weeks. The path of totality of the Great American Eclipse passed over all of the hot zones of the major earthquake zones, the seismic zones, the seismic hot zones in the U.S. Let me just get an image of that to show you. All right, so here we have the path of totality of the eclipse superimposed over the map of America, showing the hot zones of the earthquakes, the earthquake hazard zones. All right, and you can clearly see that it's making an uncanny path over the centers of these zones. Okay, so that's why the 40 weeks exactly from this eclipse, because again, Jesus used the mentioned earthquake signs in context of birth pains, and 40 weeks is symbolic of birth pains. Okay, so the reason why this is important and relevant in this theme of James Earl Jones and the coming solar flare is good reason. First of all, solar eclipses are sun signs. That's in itself something. Now, this solar eclipse sign was exactly 2,520 days after this date here, which is in turn 2,520 days after this date, which was November 4th, 2003. Now, the first of all, in the most central prophecy in the Bible, the period of the end times is symbolized by 2,520 days. So this is a number, this is like God's super number, if you will, because of the many properties about it, but it symbolizes, it's actually 7 biblical years, which is a year of 12 months with 30 days each. Okay, so it's 7 prophetic years, and the end times is symbolized by a period of 7 years, which we are already in, and the prediction being made in this video will prove this, and that is the purpose of this prediction from God. It is to prove what I am saying. The center of the web, which will be proven to be true with this prediction, is the Day of Atonement and the second coming of Lord Jesus Christ on October 12th, 2024. Case closed, no debate at all when the prediction comes to pass. That's the purpose of this prediction, and make no mistake, I know far better than you the reason for the prediction. That is from God. So, one of the symbolic beginnings of the final 7 years was the Great American Eclipse, which led to 7 years later with the other 7 Great American Eclipse in 2024. That was a symbolic 7 years. This was one of the many symbolic beginnings of the 7 years. Well, anyway, that's why we have these connections that symbolize 7 years to this beginning of the 7 years. That's okay. Now, the final 7 years is described in that prophecy I was mentioning in Daniel 9:27. And the middle date of these 2 sets of 7 biblical years that are described in Daniel 9:27 end up being the date 9/27 in 2010. Okay? Now, before I get to what happened on that date, let's go to this date, which was the day of the strongest ever solar flare detected. It was so strong that astronomers created a new class for flares, the Y-class flare. Prior to this, there were only X-class flares. So, that's pretty significant given what we are talking about. We are talking about the coming solar flare, which God would be pointing to, and one way to do it would be to have the strongest solar flare ever recorded point to it, and it certainly does. And it points to it in context of end times judgment symbolism. Now, when we add the 2,520 days exactly, we get this date, and this was the day that Gloria Stewart died. She was the oldest person in God Uses Records, nominated for an Oscar award, an Academy Award, for her Best Supporting Actress role as Old Rose in the movie Titanic. And that, of course, is very significant because of the symbolism in Titanic symbolizing America and man's hubris, the unsinkable ship, right? which sank on its maiden voyage. The very amazing thing here is that she died at the age of 100 years old. She played 101-year-old Rose in the movie. And on the 100th anniversary of the sinking of the Titanic, Gloria Stewart would have been 101 years old. Okay, that's amazing. I'll just repeat that though. She starred in the movie Titanic and played a 101-year-old. She died at 100, and on the 100th anniversary of the sinking of the Titanic, she would have been 101 years old. How amazing is that? Now, this date here, which isn't in this diagram, is exactly 490 weeks before February 17th, 2020. Now, this 2,520 days period is this 7-year period in the prophecy is a 70th week of the 70 weeks. So in the prophecy, in other words, there is a 69-week period followed by a 70th period of 7, which is 7 years. All right? The prophecy describes it, though, using 70 weeks. In other words, 70 times 7. And the final 7 is actually 7 years. Okay? So 70 times 7 is 490. The 70th 7 is described in Daniel chapter 9:27. And from this 9:27 date, exactly 490 weeks later, as in the prophecy about 70 times 7 weeks, 490 weeks. Well, anyway, exactly 490, well, in the prophecy it's 70 weeks, but the weeks are actually symbolic of sevens, so it's 70 times 7. So anyway, 490 weeks exactly gets us to February 17th. That again is the date of the flood, the 17th day of the second month. And we were talking about the sinking of the Titanic, which is in a sense flood symbolism. But the February 17th, 2020 was during the 400th anniversary of the Mayflower crossing. And on that day, the Plymouth Rock in Plymouth, Massachusetts was vandalized. There was a huge prophetic sign also in the crash at the Daytona 500, in which the car was flipped up into the air in a fiery crash, which hints at the coming fiery disaster from the air, from the sky, the solar flare from the sun. That's another story. In fact, I probably should have put that in this diagram, but we've got enough here. Well, anyway, what I wanted to get at though is that on the Mayflower there were 101 passengers. Furthermore, actually, John Winthrop, who followed the Mayflower and started the Boston colony, had 11 ships, which also hinted at the 101 on the Mayflower. 101, by the way, is the 26th prime number, and the tetragram for Yahweh in the Bible, in Gematria, is equal to 26. So it symbolizes God. And the Mayflower and the Pilgrims were the spiritual founding of America on God. And they landed on Plymouth Rock because rock symbolizes Jesus. The founding of America was founded on the rock, Plymouth Rock, which is symbolic of it being founded on Christ. Which is why God points to this. God pointed to this with the Titanic. That's why the propeller, as I mentioned earlier, has the number 101 on it. And why it sank as it was crossing the Atlantic, just like the Mayflower with its 101 passengers. By the way, they took 66 days to cross, and 66 is the 11th triangular number. So, And on 9/11, it was Flight 11 that departed Governor's Island, John Winthrop's Island, that crashed into the Twin Towers. It looked like a giant 11 and had a crew of 11 people in New York State, the 11th state, in New York City, which is made up of 11 letters. Because Jesus coined the phrase the 11th hour, which in ancient Israel referred to the last hour of daylight before darkness, and in English is an idiom that means last chance. Time is running out, as in last chance for the nation to repent, which was the warning on 9/11. But the real root reason for the number 11 here also is John Winthrop's speech before they disembarked the ships. His speech was derived from Deuteronomy chapter 28, which is about God's promises of blessings and curses before the Israelites crossed into the promised land. And they crossed into the promised land on the date 110, which hints at 11. Because the number 11 is symbolic of God's promises of blessings and curses. An 11 is a reflection. 1 and 1. It hints at the contrast, the reflection between the promises of blessings and curses for the Israelites. If they were to obey God and his commandments and follow his will, they would be blessed. If they didn't, they would be cursed. John Winthrop, with his 11 ships after the Mayflower of 101, did the same thing. He gave a speech that was taken from Deuteronomy chapter 28 regarding God's promises of blessings and curses. That's why the number 11. So, and the winning car in that Daytona 500, come to think of it, was number 11. Wow. I didn't even put that together. It was exactly 490 weeks after the Titanic sign here. I didn't even know that until now. Wow. That's the way it works with God's prophetic science. Every time you go through it, you learn, you realize something new. But that car number 11, that race was known for having won the race with a millisecond after car number 12, which hinted at the 11th hour going into the 12th hour, which Jesus coined the phrase of, the 11th hour, like I was explaining. Okay, and anyway, that was when the Plymouth Rock was vandalized, because it hints at the Mayflower and the Pilgrims and the spiritual founding of America. So that's why it all connects up to this, with the death of Gloria Stewart. All right, now, this right here is an error. This 30,000 days should connect to this day, which is again the date of the climax of the parallel of signs with the timing of events in the book of Joshua. In the book of Joshua, it was 30,000 chosen ones, which is why back in 2018, I decided to see what would happen if I subtracted 30,000 days from May 27th, 2018. And this was at the beginning of when I was learning about how important the book of Joshua was in God's signs. If you know my videos, if you know these videos on this channel, you'll know how often God brings up the number 110, for example, the age at which Joshua died. But this was back when learning all of that, and it was because I just happened to be reading the book of Joshua at the time of the upcoming Pentecost. That's when it all started coming together, and how, I mean, really, one would need to know these basic key things in order to put together God's big picture of science, like the number 110, for example, right? And that came about. I just want to tell you a little history here about how the progression of the understanding of God's big picture of signs. It came about through first recognizing, as I was reading, Joshua died at the age of 110, and I was like, wait a second. What if 110 is important in God's science? You know, Simple stuff like that, right? Well, anyway, I subtracted 30,000 days, and we got this date here, April 4th, the date 4/4, in 1936. Sorry, the 4/8, April 8th, 1936. And I was like, well, how is this date important? So I did a Google search, and what came up was this astronomy report that was made at a convention for astronomers, an international astronomer convention. And at the time, they had observed on the surface of the sun highly unusual sunspot activity. These were like their words in the report. You can find it online, I think, too, if you look. Highly unusual sunspot activity that climaxed with a quote-unquote quite perfect crucifix on the surface of the sun. Okay, so that's pretty astounding given, for one thing, that Joshua is a type for Jesus in the Bible. And we're talking about a connection of 30,000 days, which in the book of Joshua regards the chosen ones. All right, now, that's a prophetic sign. A huge crucifix on the surface of the sun after highly unusual sunspot activity. Like, wow. We already, by the way, mentioned in this Trail of Signs another highly unusual sunspot activity that engendered the baby on the sun, right, in the womb. And it connects. It connects with 30,000 days and then 220 days. And 220 is a Joshua number, too, because Joshua died at 110, and 220 is 2 times 110. And that's relevant because of 9/11, like I explained. So it's very straightforward, actually, from this. And I didn't even realize this till now, actually. I didn't even put that together. This sun crucifix sign connects to the baby sign in the sun very simply and straightforwardly, with these so amazing connections because of the signs that I explained that occurred on this Pentecost, which clearly confirm, like the chimney rock sign and all that, and the train signs, the train storms, the train station, and the train float. All of this confirms this baby sign here and this connection from the crucifix and the sun, and that Jesus Christ is very, very, I don't know what the word is, angry with the murder of unborn babies. Well, this date here, speaking of the chosen ones will be in the rapture, God's faithful. And the rapture is symbolized by the number 726 because the 726th word in the Greek concordance means rapture. And that's why the 7th commissioner of baseball was born 726 days after the sign in the sun. The 7th commissioner of baseball was born 7 years and 77 days after the birth of James Earl Jones. That's a 3 sets of 7. It ties the two together. James Earl Jones read the 7th commissioner of baseball's poem right before the earthquake struck and knocked the power out in the broadcast booth. 30 years in the Bible is symbolic of a king. David and Joseph were made kings at the age of 30, and that's why exactly 30 years after the birth of the 7th commissioner of baseball, and I explained earlier how that connects to the first commissioner of baseball and how that's Antichrist symbolism, right? Well, 30 years exactly later was the death of Martin Luther King Jr. 30 years symbolizes a king. He died on the date 4/4 in the 16th state, and 16 is 4 times 4, which hints at the 44th president. And God pairs, and he died right near Graceland Estate, the home of the king of rock and roll, which is near the birthplace of Elvis and the birth of James Earl Jones, the birthplace of James Earl Jones, who was the Lion King, the voice of the Lion King, and played a king in Coming to America, as in the King of Kings coming to America in his second coming. which is why there was a part 2. And that part 2, by the way, is exactly 5 times 8 months to the predicted date of James Earl Jones's death, which is mentioned in another video. Well, anyway, coming to America, as in the play on the word to T-O, but the number 2 instead, part 2, coming to America, as in the second coming to America, in which James Earl Jones played a dying and dead king. And 5 times 8 because of the prophecy about the kings and the 5th and the 8th king in the prophecy. That's why it's 5 times 8 months exactly. Now, so Martin Luther King died just outside of the Graceland estate. If you look at a map, it's just slightly north. It's north and slightly west of Graceland estate. And that's because the King of Kings was crucified, the King of the Jews, I should say, was crucified north and just slightly west of the Temple Mount complex at Golgotha, which is today where the where the bus station is in Jerusalem. Golgotha means the place of the skull, and you can see the skull in the side of the rock in the escarpment. So, well, okay. Martin Luther King was murdered on the date 4-4 in the 16th date, which is hints at 4 times 4, the 44th president murderer, and he has already murdered people. That's another subject for other videos. And this date is 2 times 3, which hints at 23, which pairs with the 44s here. So it's exactly 2 times 3 years to the date 4-4 in 74, when player number 44 tied the home run king's record, Babe Ruth, and became the new home run king. Player number 44 had a Hall of Fame, well, first of all, in 4 years of his career, he hit a total of 44 home runs, and his Hall of Fame career spanned 23 years. That's a pairing of 23 and 44. That confirms the signs and connections, as I explained, is how it works. Okay, and the date 7-4, by the way, this moment in American sports history hints at America, because the number 74 is symbolic of America in God's signs, because it hints at the date 7-4, the date on which America was born, in 1776. And 1776 is 4 times 444. But that isn't only because of the 44th president. The name Jesus in English gematria equals 444. So, from this iconic American sports moment, when Babe Ruth, his home run record was beaten by player number 44 on the date 4-4, and so it was tied. And later, 4 days later, he beat the record, and that was in the 4th inning against a pitcher who was number 44. And again, God uses pitchers on the pitching mound to symbolize the Antichrist on the Temple Mount, the 44th president. Now, let me think about it. That date was 4-8 in 74, so that would have been 50 years exactly before the eclipse. And so 50 years is extremely prophetic in the Bible. The eclipse on 4-8 in 2024 is exactly 50 years after Hank Aaron, player number 44, beat the home run record. The date 4-8 hints at the 48th president. Who was the 44th president? You know what? I'm a little bit embarrassed that I didn't realize this before. But the day that he tied the record on 4-4 hints at the 44th president, and the day he beat the record hints at him becoming the 48th president. Yeah, I should have known that. Anyway, so it's 50 years exactly to the eclipse. The eclipse was 88 years exactly after the crucifix on the sun. And 888 is equal to Jesus in Greek gematria. The name Jesus in Greek equals 888 in Greek gematria. And so let's see. If we've got 88 years subtract 50, that gives us 38 years, which means that Hank Aaron beat the home run record 38 years exactly after the eclipse, and 38 hints at 3/8. I didn't know that until just now either. Wow. The crucifix, which symbolizes Jesus, whose number is 888, on the sun was exactly 38 years, which hints at 3/8, to the day that Babe Ruth's home run record was beaten. 50 years before the eclipse. Wow. And we were talking about a coming solar flare, lion's roar from the sun, which is symbolic of the King of Kings coming in judgment, which many people don't understand or grasp, is that Jesus is coming as a judge, not as a lamb, not as a nice guy. All right. This date here in turn, when player number 44 tied the home run record. Oh, and by the way, the home run record, here's something interesting. The number that was tied was 714, and that too hits at 74, which hints at the date of America. Because the date 74 is a 7/4, and the slash can be interpreted as a 1. So that's even more confirmation of this momentous prophetic sign here. Now, not only that though, he beat the home run record with 715 home runs. That's career home runs. The player that beat Babe Ruth's record of home runs in a season with 61 home runs, as I explained earlier, was in 1961 on October 1st. All right? October 1st, 1961 was exactly 715 months before the first day of the final 1,260 days, before the second coming of Lord Jesus Christ. For those that know a little bit about prophecy and know what I'm talking about, probably before watching the videos on this channel, you were still expecting the beginning of the 1,260 days, but this prediction, the purpose of it from God is to prove, and I know, why the purpose of this prediction. Believe me, I know better than you the reason for the prediction. And the reason for it, one of them is to confirm for you that the first day of the 1,260 days was May 2nd, 2021. What was the prophetic sign that confirmed that? Well, the 42 months is mentioned in Bible prophecy as the period in which the dragon is thrown down from heaven to earth. And that's why SpaceX and the Dragon capsule and its Dragon crew splashed down on this date, but it was prophetic also. Not only was it only the second splashdown, it was exactly 9 months after the first splashdown, and 9 months is symbolic of birth pains. But the splashdown this time was after the Dragon crew set the record or broke the record of 84 days in space, which hints at the Antichrist, who was born on the date 8/4 and will be the 48th president, and whose name Obama equals 84 in Hebrew gematria. All right, so, so 84 days is also 12 weeks, which is 2 times 2 times 3 weeks, which is at 223, and the 48th prime number, and he'll be the 48th president, on and on. But the day that the record was broken was the day that the GOAT, greatest of all time, won his 7th Super Bowl in 10 years, in 10 Super Bowl appearances. And so that's hinting at the Day of Atonement, the 10th day of the 7th month, when in ancient Israel, the goats were sacrificed, or the ritual involving the goat. Okay? Which is leading to, when the splashdown happens, being 1,260 days to the Day of Atonement, when the goat, Antichrist, will be vanquished from the Temple Mount at the second coming of Lord Jesus Christ. Now back to the SpaceX sign. There was a splashdown of the Dragon crew and the Dragon capsule, but it was the first nighttime splashdown since Apollo 17. And since Apollo 8. Apollo 8 was the first time an American went around the moon, went to the moon. And the moon is symbolism for Christ. The moon is a giant rock, and in the Bible, rock is symbolism for Jesus. The sun symbolizes God the Father, and the sun's light is too bright for us to gaze at, but we can gaze at the sun's light reflected off of the moon. And this is why watching the moon in the Bible and the timing of the moon is symbolic of watching for the timing of the Lord's return, which includes moon signs, including the Apollo missions. Okay? Like, for example, the last time an American was on the moon symbolized America's departure from Christ. Departure from the moon, departure from Christ. And that's why that date was exactly 144 weeks after the first abortions were legalized. Anyway, on and on. So, what I was saying was, all right, now what I was talking about was the beating of Babe Ruth's records, his career home run records and his home run records in a season. The home run record in a season was with 61 home runs in 1961 because Barack Obama was born in that year. And the home run career record was beaten by Hank Aaron with 715 home runs. If we add 715 months exactly, we get the beginning of the final 1,260 days. Oh, and the SpaceX capsule, when it splashed down, it pointed to, the moon because it was the first nighttime splashdown since Apollo 8, which, by the way, is 4+4, which is the 44th president. But during that Apollo 8 mission, it was during Christmas, and they read the first chapter of the book of Genesis. And 1/4 of the planet was listening. This was back in the day when people would speak about God openly, including people in government. So anyway, because NASA is a governmental agency. And so anyway, that splashdown also was not known. I knew about May 2nd in advance, and it happened just after midnight. So, which is something too. But I knew of May 1st and May 2nd in advance because May 1st is the exact 715 months, right? And the splashdown occurred just after midnight local time. And the reason, so the splashdown wasn't supposed to happen on that date. So there was no way to know about that date ahead of time as being the date of the splashdown. And that's the way God would have it. The thing is that the splashdown happened after it was delayed. The crew's return was delayed a number of days due to weather, and so they rushed the return. The return to Earth happened in a rushed way. It was done in an uncanny short time of 6.5 hours, which is 390 minutes. And that's because God uses the number 390 in his signs to symbolize return. The 390th word in Strong's Greek Bible Concordance is the word return that the Apostle James used when he quoted Amos 9:11 regarding the return of the Lord to rebuild his temple. And what are we talking about here? 1,260 days later, and the Lord returning to rebuild his temple. But the return of the dragon crew is symbolic of the splashdown, the beginning of the final 42 months before the Lord's return. And it took only 390 minutes because it hints at the Lord's return. So, anyway, I just thought I'd throw that in there since we were talking about Hank Aaron and the home run record there. But he tied the record at 714 home runs in 74, which hints at the date 4 and the slash hinting at the 1. But 714 also hints at the rapture. because of the book of Revelation, chapter 7, verse 14, which is the verse regarding the rapture. It's when the angel speaks to John about what has just happened, the 144,000 being raptured. The 144,000 are symbolic of those who are raptured. I know there's, some debate about that, but it's very clear that that's what it's only symbolism. It's not a literal 144,000 that will be left behind and then sealed and stuff like that. The book of Revelation is not, first of all, meant to be read in a chronology. That's the big mistake that a lot of people make. So when they go to chapter 14 and they see the 144,000 again, they think that happens later on in the end times or whatever. But no, it's circular. It's all overlapping. Even the seals and the trumpets and then the bowls of judgment, they're not in chronological order, even within themselves, necessarily. For example, the six seals. They're not in chronological order. And furthermore, the seven trumpets will overlap with the other ones. It's not six seals and then seven trumpets and then seven bowls, in other words. So, okay. So, and Hank Aaron played for the Braves, which would be symbolic of overcoming. And it'll be the overcomers that have already overcome that will be raptured. The ones that will be left behind will be those that still need to overcome. Because to enter the kingdom and not having had the opportunity to overcome, that person will have missed out that opportunity to lay down their life. As even it says in Revelation chapter 12, it's those that loved not their life unto death. That's what's meant by overcoming. Jesus said one needs to die like a kernel of wheat and grow into the ground and die in order to then grow and produce fruit. It's a symbolic dying, a death of the self, which leads to being reborn. And so a lot of, quote-unquote Christians haven't really figured that out yet. They haven't actualized their faith. They haven't really demonstrated their faith through risk or sacrifice. Because there's two parts. There's the being deemed righteous because Abraham believed, but then Abraham was called by God to demonstrate his faith with the sacrifice of his only son, Isaac. And Abraham knew and trusted God and sacrificed, or was about to sacrifice his son, knowing that God is in control and God would have this, right? Somehow. And his son would be raised from the dead. But anyway, the point is that as Abraham was about to sacrifice his son, he was told by the angel on behalf of God to stop and to not harm the boy, because now I know that you fear me, were God's words. God said, now I know that you fear me. In other words, God didn't know before then, which is a reason why sovereign grace and predestination are abhorrent. We have free will, and God knows all possibilities, but he doesn't know what we will choose. Otherwise, we do not have free will. So God didn't know. He says it. He says he didn't know. That's profound. He said to Abraham he didn't know that, and God is looking for those who fear him. And I would say the vast majority of Christians don't really fear God. That's the problem. And This is, by the way, why this second part to salvation occurs in Genesis chapter 22, and why the mark of the one reason why the mark of the Antichrist is symbolized in God's signs by the number 22. Well, anyway, back to what I was saying here with this diagram. I think we're done, because the day that the home run king tied the home run king's home run record on the date 4-4, player number 44, was exactly 44 years before number 4 of the Thunderbirds jet squad crashed, which are F-16s, which hints at 4 times 4. And Thunderbird hints at thunder and lightning, and Barack Obama means lightning from heaven, as I explained. And Barack Obama will become the president again through a plane crash after Kamala Harris's plane will be struck by lightning. Now, this connects on, but it doesn't really connect to the theme that we are talking about in this video regarding James Earl Jones and the coming solar flare. So that's why I cut it off right there. But we are done this most ultimate James Earl Jones diagram and video, a very big, important piece of God's big picture of signs. And when the prediction comes to pass, make sure that you share this video with everyone and don't ever stop sharing it. Like, this is a bag of gold, and Jesus warned the Christians that did nothing with the bag of gold, the one that did nothing with this bag of gold was banished to hell, and this person was a believer. It was a Christian in the allegory, in the parable. So this is a massive bag of gold. And as the prophet was told, the prophet Ezekiel, those that don't warn, the blood of the people they should have been warning will be on their hands. So, well, anyway, the point is that there's nothing like this that is a tool for evangelism like the prediction of something, because that's how prophecy works, and Christianity is a prophetic tradition. The disciples recognized that Jesus was the Messiah through his fulfillment of prophecy. And 1/3 of the Bible is prophecy. But Jesus commanded his disciples to watch for the signs of his return. And if you ask the average Christian today if they could name one single prophetic sign, they wouldn't even understand the question and wouldn't even recognize that the Star of Bethlehem is a prophetic sign that signaled the first coming. Well, this is a massive bag of gold that is unlike anything else, and I recommend working hard and diligently to get the information out and posting the link to the video with an interesting comment about what the video is everywhere in social media, including video channels and places you never go to. And don't ever stop. Make it work. Like dedicate hours to it every day. That would be the thing to do. God has done a lot, as you can see. This isn't for entertainment. God has done a lot through his signs for you. You are a privileged person to be able to have come across this video, and God is expecting you to do something with how much work he has done, with all the works, all the signs that he has done over the years here, with regards to James Earl Jones, for example. And this information needs to get out. It isn't only for you. Okay? So that said, God bless. Believe me, I know far better than you how the prediction made in this video was derived. And more importantly, I know far better than you why the righteous Christian God of the Bible has made this prediction. If you are a quote-unquote Christian or Muslim, this prediction was not learned through a demon. Be warned that blaspheming the Holy Spirit is the unforgivable sin. I want to be very clear about this. If you conclude that the reason for how this prediction was known was through a demon, it is willful ignorance on your part, and you will be judged for it. The videos on this channel provide countless hours of clear and easy to understand explanations for how these predictions are known based on reasoning that is derived from God's prophetic signs and the Bible. If you dismissively label this as astrology or numerology, it is willful ignorance on your part. The wise men recognized the prophetic sign in the night sky that was the Star of Bethlehem. Were they practicing demonic astrology? If you ask the average quote-unquote Christian today if they can name one single prophetic sign, they wouldn't even understand the question. Yet Jesus repeatedly commanded his disciples to watch for the signs of his return, which obviously implies that the signs contain revelation regarding the timing of his return, just as the Star of Bethlehem signaled the first coming. The most quoted verse in the Bible, "No one knows the day," is imprecisely translated from the original Greek. And this verse occurs in the context of Noah, who knew the exact date of the impending judgment, as did other servants of God in the Bible, such as Lot, know the exact timing of the impending judgment destruction. Lot and Noah also knew the exact timing of their rescue from the impending judgment destruction. Furthermore, Amos 3:7 tells us that God does nothing without first informing his servants. Many passages in the Bible flatly contradict the mainstream understanding of "no one knows the day" and the doctrine of imminence, such as Daniel chapter 12, which speaks of a specific number of days until the second coming. As well, Jesus warned that the 5 out of 10 bridesmaids in his parable that were left behind and shut out from entering the wedding supper were the 5 out of 10 Christians that were sleeping and not watching for the signs of his return, which is why the doctrine of imminence is deception from Satan. Also, Revelation 3:3, in which Jesus warned to watch for his return, otherwise he will come at an hour that those that are not watching will not expect. Therefore, if we are watching, we will know the hour that he is coming. The prediction made in this video proves this. I want to be very clear. If you tell others that this prediction is from a demon, you are blaspheming the Holy Spirit. You will be judged. This applies to people that claim to be anointed by God and call themselves quote-unquote pastors, something Jesus strictly forbid. Read the links in the description box below this video regarding this very serious subject of so-called pastors. Pastors are the many anointed ones that Jesus warned would lead many astray. The word Christ comes from the word Messiah, which means anointed one. And there are other instances of anointed ones in the Bible, such as King Cyrus, that aren't references to Lord Jesus Christ. Jesus said that there would be many people claiming to be an anointed one that would lead many people astray. Exactly what has been happening ever since the institution of bishops, priests, reverends, and pastors. Obviously, Jesus could not have meant that there would be many people claiming to be Lord Jesus Christ that would lead many people astray. The few people that have ever claimed to be Lord Jesus Christ have been ridiculed and regarded as someone in poor mental health. In other words, Jesus could only have been referring to the supposedly anointed priests and pastors. That said, it is more dangerous than ever to be following a pastor in these last days. The word Nicolaitan is a Greek word that means ruling over the laity. In other words, it means leaders ruling over the common folk. Jesus strictly forbade the leader-laity model of assembling, and in Revelation chapter 2, Jesus said he is coming in the last days to make war with the sword of his mouth on the Nicolaitans for their doctrines and works. This doesn't mean that he is only coming to make war on bishops, priests, reverends, and pastors. Jesus is also coming to make war on the sycophant followers of bishops, priests, reverends, and pastors. It is not random that the first of the two antichrists is Pope Francis. He is the ultimate Nicolaitan. However, the leader-laity model of church was not discarded in the Reformation, and pastors are essentially little popes. Watch the 23 church signs video on this channel. Also, be warned that Jesus said that the Christian that did nothing with his bag of gold would be banished to hell. This video and prediction is a massive bag of gold. You are obligated to work diligently to share this video and prediction that proves that Jesus Christ is the Lord and proves many other controversial things that the Lord wants other people to know. If you are watching this video on the YT platform, if you are copy-pasting the link to this video into the comments sections of other videos on other channels and other social media sites, make sure that you check on a daily basis that my YouTube channel still exists. If my YouTube channel disappears, you will need to copy-paste the link from my other channels on BitChute and Odyssey.com. The name of the other channels is Harris Crash Prediction. If you forget the name, go to TrumpPrediction.com. I suggest not only pasting the link to this video into comments sections of outlets that you are familiar with, but also paste the link into the comments sections of channels and outlets that you are completely foreign to. For example, if you are an evangelical Christian, post the link onto Catholic sites and New Ager sites and atheist sites and Jewish sites. Post it everywhere. And obviously leave an interesting sentence about the prediction. For example, this video predicted that Jimmy Carter would die on July 1st. You will be amazed! ! If you are a New Ager or New Spirituality person, this prediction was not learned through somehow tapping into the supposed universal collective consciousness. If you are a conspiracy theorist, this prediction was not learned through figuring out a supposed code that the Illuminati and Satanists are using. This prediction was learned through the Bible and through watching carefully the Lord's prophetic signs, which Jesus commanded all Christians to do. Besides proving that Jesus Christ is the Lord, the reason why God has given me a voice through this prediction is to prove that the controversial things that I am saying in the videos on this channel are the truth. Therefore, a wise person will want to watch all of the videos on this channel. Once this prediction has come to pass, you should know that you need to watch every minute of every video on this channel and read the homepage of the website TrumpPrediction.com or HarrisCrashPrediction.com in terms of God's prophetic signs and knowing what God is doing. After having watched this video, you are now one of the most informed people on the planet. The question is, what will you now do with this information? And how many people will you help get this video to? Keep on posting the link to this video everywhere in social media. And if you are Christian, know that this video, which explains this prediction that is from God, is obviously indisputable proof for the God of the Bible and Jesus. And so make sure you keep sharing the link to this video. And if you would like the PDF file for the flyer I hand out on busy street corners, place on car windshields in busy parking lots, and put in mailboxes, please contact me at darrenjacksinbox@gmail.com. In my opinion, every single believer, unless they have a health condition, should be doing something like this in the streets every day. Also, everyone should have some of these flyers in their pockets, handing them out as they go about their daily business, when they walk from their car into the bank or to the grocery store. As they walk up and down the aisles of the grocery store, hand them out to people. I personally don't know what someone is thinking if they are not doing this. And if someone thinks that they are too shy to do this, what I have to say is get over it. Courage isn't a lack of fear, it is action in spite of it. And God wants us to be courageous for Him. Now is not the time to be handing out typical evangelical tracts that are largely in error anyway. For example, it isn't appropriate to be telling unbelievers about the love of God or John 3:16, a passage John wrote for believers. In my opinion, you should be handing out the flyer I hand out. This flyer will be far more effective than any other evangelical flyer or tract. Please contact me. I think it is necessary to state the obvious here. The purpose of this prediction that is being made in this video is an evangelical tool. Unlike any other evangelical tool conceivable, it is necessary that you do something with this. The flyer that I hand out will also direct people to these videos. Keep in mind Jesus' parable of the 10 bags of gold. The bags of gold represent our abilities and opportunities, and the servants represent Christians. The knowledge in this video and the knowledge of the Lord's timing is a bag of gold. The Christian that did nothing with his bag of gold was banished to hell. The Reformed, Lutheran, Calvinist, once saved, always saved theology that says that a Christian doesn't have to do anything is false and is deception from Satan. And believe me, the reason why God has given me a voice through these predictions is to prove what I have just said. Make sure you watch the 23 church signs video on this channel. Also keep in mind Ezekiel chapter 33. But if the watchman sees the sword coming and does not blow the trumpet, so that the people are not warned, the sword comes and takes any one of them, that person is taken away in his iniquity, but his blood I will require at the watchman's hand. If you choose to not do anything about the information you have learned in this video, in other words, tell and warn others about it, it would have been better for you to not have learned this in the first place. If you really believe in this ministry and have the spiritual eyes to see that it is from God, then I have a small one-time favor to ask of you. It isn't financial. Please email me and let me know that you would like to help. The reason why God has given me a voice through this prediction, the purpose of this prediction in this video that is from God, is to prove the following things that I am saying. Make no mistake, this is the purpose for why God has given this prediction, and to not appreciate this is to miss entirely the point of this prediction from God, the purpose of this video, and the purpose of this video channel. Make sure that you also watch the video on this channel titled God's Purpose for These Predictions. Aliens and UFOs are demons masquerading as aliens and UFOs. These so-called aliens will make Pope Francis their ambassador for the world. The Pope is the first of the two antichrists. Catholicism isn't the Bible and isn't Christianity. Catholicism is ancient pagan religion presented in a wrapper to make it appear like it is Christianity. We know from the Old Testament that the thing that God detests the most is false pagan worship and religion. The Jews were exiled to Babylon for mixing pagan religion into their Judaism. And this is exactly what Catholicism is. It is a mixture of pagan religion with Christianity. If you are Catholic, believe me, you need to repent of this Catholicism immediately and have nothing to do with Catholicism. It is not a legitimate denomination of Christianity. Make sure you watch the video titled The Truth About Catholicism that is on this channel and visit the website. Catholicism is the wolf in sheep's clothing. There will likely be a massive Mary ghost that the whole world will see, but it will be demonic deception. Praying to Mary is praying to demons. God absolutely hates the pagan worship and traditions within Roman Catholicism. Please understand that I am only trying to help. I am not saying that God hates Catholics, to be clear. The New Age or New Spirituality or Consciousness religion is evil deception from Satan. The supernatural experiences that Catholics experience that confirm for them that Catholicism is true are demonic deception. The same applies to all other false religions and New Age spirituality. In 2 Thessalonians, it says we get the deception we ask for. But these spiritual experiences are demonic deception for those that refuse to love the truth and so be saved. In other words, it is foolish to rely on spiritual or mystical experiences, and those that do are asking for demonic deception. Satan is very real, he is very powerful, he has enormous power, and he doesn't fool people as a being with two horns and a tail. He presents himself and his powers as an angel of light. New Age near-death experiences are deception from Satan. There are also many near-death experiences of hell. Why would you believe the New Ager ones and not the ones of hell? The supernatural highs from yoga and meditation are demonic deception. They are the counterfeit Holy Spirit. Miraculous healing as a result of New Age practices such as Reiki, crystal work, yoga, etc., are demonic and from the power of Satan. There is absolutely no New Age or collective consciousness type of explanation for how these predictions were known ahead of time. They were known ahead of time through Bible prophecy and watching for God's prophetic signs. Jesus was not just another supposed enlightened master like the supposedly enlightened Buddha. Jesus was God incarnate, and he is the only way to eternal life and to God the Father. The New Age religion and new spirituality is in truth worship of the self. It is transgression of the first commandment, and it is the height of false idolatrous, false God worship. We are not God. We are not part of God. God is holy, which is a Hebrew word that means separate from. The big deception in the end times will be New Age spirituality, and this satanic deception will merge with Catholicism. The purpose for these predictions, the reason why God has given me a voice through these predictions, is to prove the things that I am saying. The New Age religion is deception from Satan designed to keep someone in their pride and for repenting for their sins, and for admitting that they need to be forgiven and that they need a Savior, Lord Jesus Christ. New Age religion is essentially atheistic spirituality, and New Age spirituality and New Agers are essentially narcissistic, immature children that are rebelling against a disciplinary father. Contrary to what New Agers and Muslims say, the Bible has not been tainted or changed. This is a lie from Satan. There is no evidence for this. And in fact, the evidence is overwhelmingly to the contrary. If you hold the New Age belief that life is for learning lessons, and that whatever we supposedly don't learn in this life, we will supposedly learn in the supposed next reincarnation, and if you believe that there is no need for justice, that Adolf Hitler and the child rapist and murderer will get off the hook, not only do you have a sick, twisted view of the world and your values are morally repugnant, and not only are you an enemy of the true God, which is the God of the Bible, the God of Israel, but you will go to hell unless you plead for mercy for your sin and believe in your Savior, Jesus Christ. The New Age Hindu belief that all religions are authentic expressions of the truth is a lie from Satan, in order to expunge the West of its traditional Judeo-Christian values in exchange for multiculturalism and an ethos of intolerance of intolerance. This credo of inclusivism of the cult of the political left, combined with the worship of science and backed by pseudoscientific assertions regarding physics, made for fertile ground for the Hindu belief that all religions are different paths up the same mountain, and fertile ground for the Hindu religious practices such as meditation and yoga. This New Age religion that is leading to the soon-coming one-world religion in which all religions come together in the spirit of peace is the Antichrist religion. Either the world is round or it is flat. Likewise, God is either a personal being set apart from his creation. The word holy is Hebrew for set apart, or God is the creation itself, and an impersonal energy or collective consciousness, etc. This latter belief is called pantheism. God is either the creation itself, or he created the creation. He is either pantheistic or monotheistic, but he cannot be both. The monotheistic God of the Bible desires to have his holy, set-apart spirit dwell inside your body, but because this God is good, he is also righteous, and he hates sin. We are created in the image of God, and as such, we have free will. Our free will is supremely important to God. God will not impose himself on anyone. No one wishes to marry a robot, and likewise, God wishes to have a genuine relationship with his creature that he has given free will to. Only when we choose God will he then choose to dwell inside us with his holy set-apart spirit. His holy set-apart spirit is the opposite of what New Agers and Hindus think of as the so-called universal spirit. For God to be able to dwell inside our body, which is a temple for God, we must first cleanse our temple, our body. The cleansing of our temple comes through repentance for our sins and commitment to follow God and his ways, which he revealed in the Bible. God will then reciprocate with his holy set-apart spirit inside us and begin the regeneration process of our souls, which will lead to eternal life. Claiming to be part of the impersonal energy God that is the creation itself, and practicing supposed spiritual exercises like yoga and meditation in order to enable supposed spiritual development is like trying to force God into yourself without first choosing God and without God choosing you. It is like a rape or a forced arranged marriage. God hates this. It is also worship of the self and the height of the transgression of the first commandment to not worship other gods. Through many clever lies, Satan has deceived many atheistic spirituality people into these New Age practices, and this is why the energetic highs and the miraculous healings they receive is a product of the counterfeit Holy Spirit. It is the product of Satan's power. As it says in the Bible, God gives those the deception that they ask for. You will go to hell unless you repent of New Age spirituality, and the purpose of this prediction that is from God that is in this video is to prove this to you. There is a spiritual reality behind the material world that we see. The wages for sin is death. Sin means to miss the mark. No one is good, all have sinned. Because of sin, people are captives of the ruler of this world, Satan. People's souls belong to Satan, whose power over people is death. God took the form of a man, Jesus Christ, and paid the ransom that is owed to the ruler of this world. Through Christ's death and resurrection, he defeated sin and he overcame Satan's power in death. It is through Christ and his Spirit that it is possible for everyone to be forgiven of their sin, and we can have eternal life if we choose it. We can choose to follow Jesus out of captivity from sin and Satan, or we can choose to reject this and remain a slave to this world, sin, and to Satan. If one rejects Jesus Christ, after they die, they will pay the price for their sin in hell, and then they will die the second death, and their soul will cease to exist. Believing in Christ means much more than simple intellectual agreement. It means to repent of sin and completely commit one's life and become a willing slave to Jesus and his kingdom. Jesus said we need to be born again, which implies a death of the self and a death to this world. Believing in Jesus implies living out one's faith through taking action that typically involves risk and sacrifice. This demonstration of faith through action is what it means to have faith and to believe in Jesus. Some Christians will tell you otherwise, but they are deceived and they ignore countless passages in the Bible. This channel is not a daily or weekly update on the latest news. Rather, this channel is a library that has documented God's true big picture of signs, patterns, and connections. Hopefully you at least found this introduction video to be interesting, and if so, please leave a like and upvote the video, and please consider sharing the video. It is essential that everyone immediately read the homepage of my website, TrumpPrediction.com, or PredictionsProveIt.com, and also check out the other information that I have linked to on the website. You should also pause this video right now and make a note of my other social media outlets. You never know when you will need them, and you might not be able to find them later. Also, if you want to download these videos as podcasts, I now have a podcast channel at Podbean, which is named Predictions Prove It.